It's not how much you make, it's how much you keep that counts. I'm your host, Richard Burns. I got a question today. Who did this to us? I'm referring to the truck drivers. Mmm, delicious Odeon. Who did this to us? I brought it up before. I was talking to a couple of truck drivers, primarily Tony T. And I broke it down to Tony T because he hadn't seen the article yet. Kind of crazy. My room is a mess. I don't know why. During COVID, a lot of money was given out. It was during the Trump administration. A lot of money was given out. A lot of money was given to corporations. And I think I spoke on that. But there was something like 34 billion or something like that given to truck drivers in the form of loans, and some of those loans didn't have to get paid back. So some of them dudes, it is believed that some of them dudes are hanging out, taking cheap loads or loads that are paying very low rates. Because they're using some of that money that they received. Some of these drivers got hundreds of thousands of dollars off that. And that's making it very difficult for a lot of us drivers. Who was doing that? Let me see who was doing that. If I remember correctly, it was Steve Mnuchin was the architect of that thing. I'm going to check right now. COVID relief. No, I'm not looking for that. Oh, it's from the Treasury. I'm not getting what I'm looking for here. This is Department of Treasury. I want something most specific. Most specific. Let me get most specific with my question then. Let's see when it started, first of all. The CARES Act. See what Wikipedia says about the CARES Act. Who cares about the CARES Act? That's a lot of money. Let's look into this CARES Act thing. See what Wikipedia has to say. The coronavirus aid relief, as you can see it there, right? And Economic Security Act, also known as the CARES Act, is a $2.2 trillion economic stimulus passed by the 116th U.S. Congress and signed into law by President Donald Trump on March 27, 2020. So it was passed in March. $2.2 trillion. They call it an economic stimulus. That's what they're calling it. Passed into law, signed into law by Donald Trump on March 27, 2020, in response to the economic fallout of COVID-19. The spending primarily includes $300 billion in one-time cash payments to individual people who submit a tax return in America, with most single adults receiving $1,200 and families with children receiving more. $260 billion in increased unemployment benefits. The creation of the Paycheck Protection Program. You hear that? Paycheck Protection Program that provides forgivable loans to small businesses with an initial $350 billion in funding, later increased to $669 billion by subsequent legislation. $500 billion in loans for corporation and $339.8 billion to state and local governments. Folks, where is this money coming from? Where is this money coming from? It's tax dollars. It's tax dollars. So that becomes part of the debt. Our national debt increased by $2.2 trillion because of this thing. Because of this CARES Act. Okay? That money didn't come out of nowhere. Corporations certainly didn't put out that money. Corporations got that money. Taxpayer money went to corporations. So I'm working hard and I'm paying taxes, and then all of a sudden, those taxes are going to a corporation. Say what? Yes, to a corporation. So I asked myself, what corporation is getting money from my taxes? Is it the same corporation that allows this bootlicker to keep supervisors focused on me and whatever it is that I'm doing, convincing the supervisors to micromanage me because they feel like I might be a threat? Maybe they feel like they need to look good enough so that maybe the supervisor will consider them for a raise or maybe for a promotion. Bootlickers. And bootlickers. Okay. That was March of 2020. what was going on in the fall of 2019. Let's see. Let's see why I'm asking this question. Let me ask Google. Let's try this. So, COVID 19 first appeared on a small scale in November of 2019. So, yeah, I guess that's the winter, with the first large cluster appearing in Wuhan. Got you all in check. In December of 2019, it was the first, uh, forgive me, it was first thought that SARS, the virus that causes COVID 19, made the jump to humans at one of Wuhan, China's open air wet market. So by December, it got out of control. And Wuhan got you all in check. Here's the thing, and I brought this up. There are intelligence communities spread out throughout the world. All, should I say all? Yeah, just about all countries have their own intelligence communities that they spread throughout the world. China would have intelligence agents here in the United States, Canada, Mexico, all the countries in Central and South America, all the countries in Africa, other Asian countries, Europe. Russia would have them, Iran would have them, Saudi Arabia would have them. You go down the list. All these countries have intelligence agents spread out throughout the world. And the US is no different. So you got members of the intel community out there getting information about some strange infection that's going around in Wuhan. Now, there is such a thing as biological warfare, and I'm not suggesting that's what was going on. I bring it up just to let you know that it could definitely be something considered by an intelligence agent. You never know. I'm thinking out loud as if I were an intelligence agent and I was out there in Wuhan. Because my job is to gather information for the defense of my country. Sure. Not that long ago, during the Obama administration, there was a pandemic. We had Ebola. So now we're in Wuhan, and there's a sudden outbreak of some disease. Well, what's going on? Because it went from 0 to 60 pretty fast. I mean, it appeared in 2019, and then you had a large cluster by December. So I would have to ask, Is this something we need to watch out for? Is this something we need to pay attention to? Is this another Ebola? I need to know. If we went through Ebola, I need to know. And Ebola is not the only one. There have been pandemics that have occurred. There are Spanish flu. Spanish flu wiped out a lot of people. And population is a serious thing. Population is a very serious thing. A sudden decline in population could be devastating to a country's economy. Devastating. So what is this thing that's developing in Wuhan? From 1 month to the next, there's been an explosion in the amount of people that are getting infected. Well, Obama was nice enough to leave us with some documents to help prepare any leader of this country. Help that leader prepare some kind of protocol or some kind of plan in the event that another pandemic pops up. Well, Trump trashed it all over the news. Trashed it. He didn't want to use it. Fine. Develop your own. But he didn't. He didn't develop his own. He just pointed fingers, criticized, and trashed the plan that was developed in the previous administration. You got your intelligence agents out there. You mean to tell me that you ain't getting that information? Of course you are. You're getting that information. Anything that goes on anywhere around the world, you're getting that information. Sure, you got to be careful and make sure that the information that you're getting is credible. But you got this explosion from 1 month to the next. Now it's December. Do you have any of your people from your country traveling to China? Of course. We have a lot of corporations in China. The U.S. has a lot of corporations in China. And yes, people are going to be traveling back and forth from the United States to China for business reasons, for the most part. So you got these cooties spreading. You can act. You could do something. You can post nurses at airports. Yeah, you're going to have to come up with some money to do that. But that money might be a cost-effective method to prevent spending $2.2 trillion. So you have nurses at shipping ports, nurses at airports. Anybody who comes off a flight or a ship, you're getting tested. You're getting tested. And then you're going to get set up with some kind of quarantine, because I don't know how long it takes once you acquire the virus. I don't know how long that thing could lay dormant, if it lays dormant at all in your body. So we would have to quarantine you, monitor you, see if you start coughing or doing whatever the symptoms are associated with that thing, because I'm pretty sure that the intelligence community will have that information for you. So what's up? It's just a cold. Remember what Trump said? It's just a cold. It'll go away. Don't worry about it. It's just nothing. Why did he do that? Because he dropped the ball. He dropped the ball. He didn't put anything in place. And he dropped the ball. So now we have 1, 2, 3 cases popping up on the news. And then all of a sudden that thing got out of control. That was on Trump's watch. Businesses were getting shut down. Could that have been avoided? Probably. Put certain measures in place in those places that I mentioned. Ports, shipping ports, airports, and not just people who are traveling for business reasons, but shipping ports, for example. Got cargo coming in from all over the world. You got people that are going from China, maybe to Indonesia to pick up some stuff, maybe passing by the Philippines. Going by Hawaii, then coming to California. Could have picked up some cooties all along the way. So when they arrive here, nothing in place, or nothing significant in place. This is just a cold. Nobody has to worry about it until they do, until businesses start to shut down. It's March 2020. The elections are in November. If we don't give these corporations a ton of money, they're going to have to lay their employees off because there's no money being made, because all the businesses are shut down. What do we do? What did it say? It said they had a paycheck protection program. Paycheck protection program. What the hell is that? Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. Paycheck protection program. The Paycheck Protection Program, also known as PPP, $953 billion business loan program established by the United States federal government during the Trump administration in 2020 through the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, the CARES Act, to help certain businesses, self-employed workers, sole proprietors, certain nonprofit organizations, and tribal businesses continue paying their workers. Why would you do that? Why just not say you're SOL? Sorry, you have to shut things down. Let's shut it down. Well, the Paycheck Protection Program, PPP, allows entities to apply for low-interest private loans to pay for payroll and certain other costs. Truckers benefited from that. A PPP loan amount is approximately equal to 2.5 times the applicant's average monthly payroll cost. 2.5 times. Sometimes an applicant may receive a second draw, typically equal to the first. The loan proceeds to cover payroll costs, rent, interest, and utilities. The loan may be partially or fully forgiven if the business keeps its employee counts and employee wages stable. That is the key. That is the key. You want to keep those employees employed. Otherwise, you will have a tremendous spike in the unemployment rate. Not a good thing to have when you got elections coming up. And elections were right around the corner in November. That was the crux of the reason behind it. And who is the architect of that CARES Act, of that PPP loan, of that whole approach? Who is the architect? The architect is, if I'm not mistaken, Steve Mnuchin. Steve Mnuchin came from Wall Street. Came from Goldman Sachs. And someone who was heavily criticized for being involved or having any connection to Goldman Sachs was Hillary Clinton. And here's Trump saying, I'm going to hire the best. I'm going to drain the swamp. While Hillary is increasing the swamp, I'm going to drain it. I don't know how you drain the swamp when you're going to people from the very place that Hillary was getting people from or establishing relationships from, Goldman Sachs. You just added to the swamp. You added to the swamp. Thought you were draining it, but you added to it. All right. Mnuchin's a smart guy. Let's establish this money. Start passing it out to businesses. Now they can pay their employees. Well, got a lot of truck drivers that applied for that PPP loan. Got tons of money. But they didn't follow through the way they were supposed to. Some of them got in trouble. I don't know how many did. It was a small number. But one of the worst things that some of them did was take these dollars and go to whatever country they came from and started spending that money in whatever country they came from. So you're stimulating another country's economy with relief funds that you got here. I didn't qualify, so I didn't get it. I think Tony didn't qualify either, so he didn't get it either. And had I did, or if I did qualify and got money, I certainly wouldn't be going back to my family's country to go spend money over there. Hell no. But a lot of drivers that I know did. They went and bought homes. They went and established businesses with taxpayer money from here to go stimulate an economy somewhere else. Not cool. Not cool at all. But I suspect that this was Steve Mnuchin's solution to this problem that probably could have been avoided or could have been better controlled. But now for these truckers that took these loans, some of that money was going to be forgiven, and some of the money was going to be returned at an extremely low rate, something they would not have been able to get at a bank. So how cool is that? You can argue and debate whether or not it was a good idea to just let those companies go into bankruptcy. You can debate that. Now, had that money not been put out, yeah, there would have been an extremely high unemployment, and it would have impacted the economy. Another group of people were landlords. If you didn't have like Fannie Mae or Ginnie Mae, you didn't. There was no notification. What? How is that possible? That's why nobody showed up. Snap! Oh snap! Oh snap! Oh snap! Oh snap! I'm over here thinking that. Well, I didn't change anything that I did. I didn't change it. I just I just did what I always do, and sometimes Professor, you appear before I'm done setting done setting up. So I don't know. That's crazy. I'm gonna have to complain to YouTube. That ain't cool. That ain't right. It does, right? It's not my imagination. It's not my imagination. I'm hot as all hell right now. My AC ain't working. I'm not sweating bullets though. I'm sweating artillery. No, but I just got out of the shower, so I'm a little cool. I'm okay. No soap though. I didn't use any soap. Waiting on your soap, Professor, so I can get nice and purdy. Wants to get purdy. Yeah, I was just talking about the CARES Act, which was passed during the Trump administration. What, Professor? Think so? Think I use soap? Where's my bag? I'm so curious about the packaging. I'm curious to know about the pack. See, those are the little things about business that people don't take into consideration. You know, you're going to create a product. You're going to get the raw materials to create this product. Raw materials are not free. You are going to take a risk with your money to purchase some materials, and you're going to hope that you're going to get whatever you pay for in its full amount. And well, I should thank you for that then. Everybody should thank you for that. Being as eco-friendly as possible. That ain't cheap. That is not cheap. And that's part of the cost of your operation. Part of the cost of your operation is that packaging. And hopefully all the raw materials that you get will be in the amounts that you paid for with no mishaps. Oh, I know that it's not going to be cheap. It can't be cheap. And to reduce the cost for yourself in order to reduce the price, you would have to buy a much larger amount. But again, you got to take a risk. And it's upsetting. It's upsetting when I hear people talking about or complaining about the price of something. One good example, right now, there are a lot of truckers that are very unhappy because of the rates of of, of shipping right now. Consumers are complaining that prices are high, but the prices would be a lot higher if truckers were getting paid the rates that they need to get paid in order for their businesses to stay afloat and to make a profit. So for the consumer, it might be a blessing that truckers are going through the economic difficulties that they are. Because if not, those products on the shelves, it might be double the cost. And it's high enough already. But I already know that your business with your soap, yeah, it's got to be more expensive. It has to be. I think it's worth it though. I think it's worth it. Because you're one of mine. And because you're one of mine, I'm going to patronize your business. I'm less concerned with the cost of purchasing your soap. Less concerned. However, a lot of people don't think like that. A lot of people would rather get the cheapest. And sometimes people forget you get what you pay for. And something associated with this whole pricing and business, I've heard many people talking about, especially in MAGA, bringing businesses back. A lot of people fell for that. A lot of people fell for that campaign, the Trump campaigning to bring companies back, and people don't understand what that means. Not at all. Corporations left the United States to reduce a huge cost in their operation, and that's payroll. So they go off to other countries where, yeah, yeah, it's a huge cost. Labor is a huge cost. Absolutely will. So all these people who think that some politician is going to be able to get these corporations to come back to the United States, I'm sorry to say that's ignorance. It's a harsh word, but it's the truth. If these corporations left the United States, they're still registered here in the United States, but they're just not manufacturing here because the labor costs are so much cheaper in those other countries. By the way, Mexico is our number one trading partner. Mexico is our number one trading partner. They beat China. China was our number one trading partner for 17 years, and Mexico took over. Mexico is now our number one trading partner. And you're right, they should build skills. But yeah, NAFTA. Well, Canada's a huge partner also. It's a huge business partner, yeah, because of NAFTA. But our number one is Mexico. Our number one is Mexico. Beat China. And China and Mexican relations are not so good right now because of that reality. And you got India, which is a thorn in China's side also. So no, there aren't any companies that are manufacturing in other parts of the world that are coming back to the United States for what? The only way that can happen, and I'm pretty sure the corporations would love that, is if you create an environment that's so desperate here, an environment of desperation amongst the working class, that they're willing to work for anything. Oh, okay, I got what you're saying. I get what you're saying. So it's critical. That's what corporations want. It's nice to have a manufacturing plant here in the United States because of how stable socially the United States is. I don't know if you know, but out in Bangladesh, people are going crazy. They're rioting in the streets like crazy right now in Bangladesh. In other parts of the world, things are dismal in other parts of the world. Pakistan, a variety of nations in Africa. They don't talk about this in the media very much. Oh, really? In the UK? Look at that. The best, the country with the best economic condition is the United States. Although you hear a lot of people complaining about our economy, that it's terrible, that it's this, that, and the third. It is by far the best economy in the world. People keep listening and repeating nonsense. Oh, really? Ooh, I'm gonna look into that. That sounds wild. That sounds crazy. Oh, yeah, we do. We still have the best economy. We still have the best economy. You got some people that are crying, complaining. Oh my God, this, that, and the third. Bidenomics, blah blah blah. It's all nonsense. But they keep hearing these political talking points. That's why I used to go on about marketing and propaganda, being careful about it, because if you're uh, serious about investing, you can't allow that stuff to infiltrate your mind. People are pushing, if you are black, you're better off in such and such country. Yeah, what happens when stuff pops off in those countries? Exactly, exactly. What does happen when stuff pops off? If you're an American and the community that you're living in knows that you're American, you can easily become a target. Americans are not liked in many parts of the world. They're just not. And it doesn't help when an American goes to visit a country and they act all stank and arrogant. It really doesn't help. But there are countries where, you're American, something jumps off, you better find some place to hide. Better find some place to hide. But the economy is in much better shape than what's being reported by a large number of sources here in the United States. It's all political nonsense. It's all propaganda. Yeah, exactly. They're not obligated to protect you. You better go find the embassy real quick. Better get behind that gate quick as you can. Watch out with that. I think. I think. Well, I'm hoping. Well, yeah. Hell yeah. Absolutely horrible. I encounter. Oh, uh, Haiti's problem is more than just France, because with that with that uprising with Toussaint Louverture and Dessalines and all those people, an uprising by slaves, and they beat the most powerful army at that time, which was Napoleon's army, a bunch of slaves. As a result, a multitude of countries, of European nations, including the United States, applied sanctions against Haiti and absolutely destroyed the Haitians, destroyed them. Hmm. Yeah, but they wanted their freedom. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. They wanted their freedom. They didn't want to keep dealing with those oppressive French. They were real bad. The Spanish were bad, but the French had a sprinkling of extra bad. Their society had their people subdivided racially further than the Spanish did. Yeah. And here's a little thing that maybe the Jamaicans might be the only ones that are in tune, but Puerto Ricans, Cubans, Dominicans, their history is so whitewashed. They don't they don't understand or remember what their ancestors went through on those islands. If you compared it to what the blacks went through here in the United States, it's different. It's worse. Here in the United States, the slave had a monetary value. It wasn't cheap, it was expensive to buy a slave, to buy an African as a slave. They're so divided that they don't get that it was done by design. Exactly, it was done by design. Absolutely. It's a small group of people that are in control of a much larger group of people. What's the best way to control them? Divide and conquer. Gotta keep them divided. Hey, you're better than that person. You got fewer curls in your hair. You're slightly lighter. You're better than that person. Keep them all divided. Keep them arguing. You ain't nothing. Slave owner says you're less than me. Slave owner said that. You ain't nothing. Better than you. My skin, it's lighter. Yeah, I know I'm a slave too, but I'm better. He said so. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Screenshot about the unaliving we see in the news with families. Really? That's interesting. You think that there's an economic influence in the unaliving? Oh, okay, 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 okay. Uh, Finances can lead to some terrible things. They really can. So it'd be interesting if you dug into that. Oh, lose homes, jobs, and social set. Yeah, yeah. That's why I try to encourage people to pump the brakes when it comes to spending. Pump the brakes. You can still consume, but don't get carried away. So, what do I remember that I lived through? I lived through 87, lived in 2000, 2008, and 9. Yeah, 87. Well, um, what you're spending money on with the soap, that's going to yield a return. Unlike people who get carried away and purchase goods, they even borrow to purchase goods that don't that don't yield a return. In fact, it depreciates. They buy depreciating assets. Yeah, 2008 was brutal. Funny enough, though, I was making more money as the market was taking a hit. I was making, that's probably the most money I ever made. Market took a hit. Yeah, you can't. You can't. I was with a coworker, and he had received a phone call from his wife. Their spending was out of control with their credit card. 18% return on the credit card. But once the balance hit 30,000, they increased their interest to 30%. 30%. There are depreciating assets that people go crazy by because they want to keep up with the Joneses, because they want to keep up with appearances, because they want to give people the impression that they're well off. Yeah, 30%. That's when you have to be careful who you marry. You're absolutely right. Plus, people are out of maxing out their cards for vacation. I'm telling you. As consumers, they're compulsive. So basically, there's an emotional element to the decisions that they make when it comes to spending money. And again, that marketing gets people. That marketing is something else. That marketing and then the propaganda. My friend noticed it when he came here from Spain. You get hammered with commercials here that you don't get in Spain. Well, in Spain, people don't make that much money. They make just enough. They make just enough. Or let me rephrase that: they bring home just enough. You can have your vacation every year, but for what they make, they get paid monthly. So they definitely have to budget. That's something that Tony T talks about all the time. He learned how to budget when he moved out to Spain, and he lived out there for like 15 years or something. You have to learn how to budget. And there's too many people from our community that does not know how to budget. They just don't. And they get crazy. They get wrapped up. They get wrapped up and they destroy themselves. I get frustrated when I hear them blaming everyone and everything else. That's when I get frustrated. No, you're right. Absolutely. They don't delay gratification, which is something that I encourage with the accounts, with the investment accounts. One is $35 a week, the other is $100 a week. You see the results every week. Delayed gratification. Let's see what happens in 5 years with both those accounts. when you go through, well, no, can't really say that because there are people my age that have gone. We welcome, Professor.
Hello.
Okay, Professor, you're up on here. Okay, so you
Yes.
figured out that you could use an avatar. You don't have to be here.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know. Can you hear me?
Oh, loud and clear.
Oh,
Leave
okay.
with Charlie. But I'm gonna.
It'll be a while before I can afford a camera because I buy, for the most part, I'm focused on getting all this soaping stuff. I just have to buy one more thing and then I can start making it.
Yep. I'm gonna make an adjustment here real quick. Can you
Okay.
still hear me? Yeah,
Yeah, I
you can
can
still.
hear you.
All right, I'm gonna switch it up. I'm gonna switch up the headset so I can hear you even betterer. See if it connects. If it does connect, hopefully, because these guys have their truck on next door, and this thing ain't connecting. I don't know why.
It's loud here too. Some people up on the hill are playing a whole lot of 50 Cent and some other early 2000s rappers for some reason.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah.
yeah, you might get some residual of that.
No, you sound 100%. I was having trouble. I can still hear you, but I was having trouble. What did I just do with the truck that was on next, and I got my windows open.
Oh, because your AC is out. Yeah.
Right. AC is way out. Thank God. I'm in the lower part of Virginia, so it's still the weather is not.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. I know. Trust me, I'm from Alabama.
That's why I stayed up here in Virginia, so I didn't go any further south. I didn't want to deal with North and South Carolina because once I get down there,
Whew.
woo, that heat, that humidity,
Yep.
and with no AC, crazy.
This is the first summer that I've had AC in my house because it
Really?
starts.
Well,
Yeah, because it's starting to get so hot in Washington in the summer now. I didn't need it at first.
Washington that I know of was never the type of state where the temperature would go above 80. And if it did, it wouldn't happen for too long.
Yep, we've been like 85 plus here. We've come close to 90 a few times.
Ooh. So, Professor, what do you think that is?
I'm coming to a conclusion that global warming might be a real thing
Uh oh.
because it never got this hot in the summer in Washington state prior to 2015. Well, really 2018.
Oh. So you're you're monitoring this thing.
I can't help it because, like my tree that's out here, I have to film it with sugar under it soon. My Japanese maple, and on the other side of the house, the
What?
leaves they don't fall in the fall like they're supposed to. Like how the leaves are supposed to fall off all by themselves. It quit doing that around 2021.
So when do they fall now?
They may all start to fall after winter, and some of them really don't. We have to get the
What?
landscapers. Yeah, that's how I started noticing them. Like those leaves are all supposed to fall off on their own, and they don't anymore.
That's a big gap.
I know it doesn't make any sense.
Whoa. I'll tell you what, the inhabitants of the shores along Florida, they've been they've been experiencing some extra flooding.
That's happened to my brother that lives in Panama City because he makes fun of me living in Washington. I'm like, dude, you've lived in houses that have flooded several times as a result of hurricanes. Like, you're really gonna criticize me living in Washington? And he'll go right back to the same house. I'm like, aren't you tired of that?
What?
Yep.
Those storms have been getting more ferocious and more frequent.
And that's why I believe that whole Bible stuff, because I was an atheist for years. But then, if it's not real, why is this stuff reading? Why is the book of Revelation and the book of Daniel happening before our eyes?
Oh, so you know the connection between Daniel and Revelations.
I do. And when I look at it, I'm like, okay, God is real. And this is why this stuff is happening, because those leaves not falling off that tree, that's in some book somewhere that was going to start happening.
Yeah. Yeah, Daniel is the blueprint so that you can decipher the symbols in Revelation.
Very true. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been receiving Bible lessons since I was 5 years old.
Yep.
That's interesting, though. You were atheist and then you crossed over, but you were an atheist from the start. So did you?
No, I grew up going to church. It's just that church people were so fake.
The church people. Oh my God.
I've known about T.D. Jakes for years. I have nothing against people who like Woman Thou Art Loosed. But the point of that thing, if you see the symbology, is to keep women scared from ever getting married, because you can manipulate them out of their money for tithes and stuff the most. And everybody misses it. TD Jakes has been, I don't care about him and that Diddy stuff, for the record. I'm talking about his misuse of the Bible to make a profit and keep black people poor.
Oh, they're out there. They are out there.
Yep, I'm looking for a church now, but I was scared to step in them for years. As soon as you start showing those signs, I peace out, because I already know. I never told you about the pastor out here that died during the pandemic, that is a black pastor. And for years, people who attended his church used to attend his church. If he felt he didn't get enough offering, he'd have the ushers at the door and he'd lock everybody in the church until you gave more money.
What?
Yep. Even a white guy said, if you ever want a relationship with God, he begged me when I first got here, a random white man, don't ever step in his church. He's like, I'm not saying this to be racist. That man locks people in the church for money. I said, all them cell phones, and mind you, I got here in 2005. He had been doing that since the 1980s. How do y'all not pull out y'all cell phones and call 911 or say you're in distress? Y'all really let this Negro lock y'all in this church, talking about some you didn't pay him enough money. I've had too many people tell me for it to not be the truth.
Oh, man.
I hope he got his soul right with God when he went, because that ain't biblical.
It kills me that people still keep going back.
That's what I mean. Like, why are y'all still going there? Like the one lady that used to do my hair that was black. She's from the South, and she was out here until she met a rich Mexican guy and moved with him to Alaska. One of her parishioners had come in a week before I did, a weekend. Oh, I got to go get my anointed's money. This woman went and got a payday loan to pay that pastor, because that same pastor, because he guilt tripped her into paying more tithes. And we're both sharing back-to-back stories. I'm like, as soon as you realize you had to get a payday loan to pay that man, you should have realized you were being manipulated.
It was time to go.
Yeah, it was time to go. If he had said that to me, I would have laughed and left and never returned. That's ridiculous.
You would have laughed?
Yeah, I would have laughed in his face. What are you going to do to me?
Listen, like I said, I've been I've been I've been taking Bible classes since I was 5 years old, and it's odd because it's odd one way because my mother's a Jehovah's Witness.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Okay, never. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's rude. I'm sorry.
No, no, no. You're fine. You're fine. I feel the same way. Don't get it. But my mother was not the typical Jehovah's Witness. She wasn't.
Good.
She's married to a Roman Catholic man who has a mouth like a sailor.
Yep.
And if you come at him with any kind of religious stuff, my father was raised by a Catholic priest. Yeah, he was raised by a Catholic priest along with his grandfather. So you already know. So my mom couldn't get too comfortable with that Jehovah's Witness stuff.
Oh, okay.
I mean, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. I gotta fix the set. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me tell you something. Yeah, that was an interesting arrangement right there. I mean, my mother wasn't always Jehovah's Witness. She was Roman Catholic also, but then she crossed over to Jehovah's Witness. And what she did have was the witnesses come over and give me Bible classes.
Oh,
I never got.
They. Oh, yeah. They will do that too.
Yeah, I was never baptized by them or anything like that. I was baptized Roman Catholic when I was 16 years old, which is odd because most Roman Catholics baptize their children when they're infants. But there was too much going on, and I wound up doing it when I was 16 years old. But even then, right around that time, right soon after I got baptized, I decided to read the Bible from page 1 all the way to the end. And I was living in a Jewish synagogue at the time.
Right.
So a lot of questions came up. A lot of questions came up for them, for the rabbi, for the Catholic priest that I encountered, for imams, everybody. I went crazy with that thing. And one thing, one thing that I considered a curiosity was all these people believe in God. Why are they subdividing themselves and going so far as to killing each other over this difference in interpretation? I thought that was bugged out.
I was interested more so of when people said that the New Testament is made up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yet I read somewhere, and it could have been, I don't remember if it was First Timothy or Second Timothy, when God lays it out that he has no respect for people who don't take care of their own children.
Yeah.
And you tell all these people this all the time. You're not really supposed to just get a woman pregnant and run off on purpose. Because
hell no, you're not supposed to.
Yep. If you don't marry her still, it didn't say in that scripture in Timothy y'all had to be married. It says if you don't take care of your kids.
Though the children are the essence. Are you kidding me?
Yep, that's your bloodline.
Ooh. Listen. Hey, be fruitful and multiply.
Yep.
That was a serious deal. When Moses came down with those laws, all 613 laws, there was a lot in there about family.
Yep.
A lot in there about family. And like I said before, these successful community of ours, they were successful, and the key components were God, family, and business. Those are the key components.
Until the American Civil Rights Movement. People don't believe Yeah, people don't believe me. I'm not saying MLK didn't do some great things, but it's well known now, which I found out, that hours before he died, he was in an orgy with some lighter skinned prostitutes.
Yeah,
J.
I heard all
Edgar,
about that.
J. Edgar Hoover knew this and would tease Coretta Scott King with late night calls about it. Okay. MLK was no saint.
He
And
wasn't a saint.
he was not a saint. And I tell you, hours before he died, he had a proclivity. There's a book out there by a reverend who was actually faithful to his wife, Ralph Abernathy, who knew him
Abernathy,
personally.
yep.
He published it in the 1990s, and black people didn't want to believe it.
He's out of Harlem, ain't he, Abernathy?
I think he ultimately had some dealings with Harlem, but then like he was born and raised in Alabama.
Okay.
But Ralph Abernathy warned people decades ago. He waited a couple of decades after MLK died, but this stuff was well known.
Right. He had his weakness.
He had that, just like we all do. This man was in orgies with lighter skinned prostitutes. They're just not going to come out and say they slept with it unless they've made them disappear, which that's a whole nother conspiracy. Who cares? I can't get into that. If that's true.
Right.
The point is that we're broke because we put those people on a pedestal. And it's going back to the original of your lives. We didn't see those people as flawed people. We put him on a Moses, like, to go back to what you said about Moses, pedestal, just like we did Harriet Tubman previously with this 40 acres and a mule. And come to find out, she was about to lose her land before she died. But some people stepped in and let her stay on it for the rest of her life. Our penchant for poor money management is why we're in this situation.
Horrible. But I was fascinated with one of the recordings that you put up from the Library of Congress with the old ex-slave. I think he was a slave for most of his life, and he was finally not a slave.
Yep.
And he was talking about money. That was pretty interesting.
These people.
That was very interesting.
I'm glad you like that. Because of what I'm trying to show black people subliminally is that prior to the American Civil Rights Movement, when they made you angry, our people could have businesses burnt down. We just got together, sang spirituals, and put them back together. We didn't sit here and cry about it.
Oh my goodness. The complaining and all the nonsense associated with that.
Yeah, like everybody's like this DEI. And look, I'm not saying diversity, equity, and inclusion is not legitimate. I'm just saying that you had people building wealth way back in the day without that.
Mm-hmm.
It's like some black people have got accustomed, and don't get me wrong, I have nothing against no races of people, so I need to put that disclaimer out. Black people have gotten comfortable with the fact that they think that if they constantly go to white people for grievances, those people are going to go, oh, okay, we'll give you this. Not realizing that the top 12 families who own everything that are mostly white, all of this dividing poor whites and blacks was by design.
You know what? It's fascinating. Lyndon B. Johnson.
Oh, him.
Yeah, him. He's credited for supposedly opening doors for us.
That's funny, considering he said I'll have them N-words voting Democrat for the next 200 years. That was an economic plan to keep us scared of the Republicans, when really both those parties screw everybody's life up.
That's right.
There's racism in both of them. Go ahead.
Yeah,
my bad.
yeah, no, that's good. No, you're right. Now with Lyndon, what was it that encouraged Lyndon B to go ahead and integrate us?
See
Was it
that.
the fear of rioting?
See, that's a good point because people felt like if black people rose up for real, it was gonna get ugly in this country. I think that the Cold War also played a role, and let me explain.
Oh, absolutely. Go ahead.
Lenin and Stalin had a thing about attacking the United States about its so-called freedom. And Stalin was gangster. How can you talk freedom when you got a whole race of people you hold down in that country?
I said this once, and it sounds like you're backing up what I said.
I
I
am.
said I said that once in some debate that I had. I want to say it was in high school. I think it was in my junior year of high school. I said that if it wasn't for the Cold War, we'd be worse off.
We would be.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Because because of this competition, it is the only reason why we allowed to get ahead just to say, not here, USSR. You see, we're not as bad as you claim we are. But without them, or the Chinese Communist Party, whatever. And by the way, I don't believe communism exists in large scale like a nation.
I don't either. I think that's propaganda to keep people scared.
Yeah,
That's why starving people from freaking North Korea are still trying to defect because they're
absolutely
tired of being
100%.
hungry. Yeah, because they're tired of being hungry.
They're
That's why
starving out there. They're
starving.
dying.
Them folks are dying. That's why they want to eat. And then we got stupid
Hey,
young people over here. We got to become a communist nation. You're an idiot. Do you not read?
they
Do
don't
you
read.
not see you? Do you not see what's happening in North Korea to young Gen Zers that are your age, starving, don't know when they're gonna eat again, could get taken back and shot in the head and unalive? Y'all aren't seeing this.
They're not paying attention to that. We got Sexy Red. Why would
Oh,
you concern yourself with?
she's a whole nother hot mess. I believe she's an industry puppet, and she was put there to dumb people down.
More than likely. You know that
Because
song Pound Town that she sings?
I've never heard that song, and don't. Soon as I heard the name was Pound Town, I said, "I'm done with this chick."
Let me tell you something. There are some lyrics in there that are just unnecessary. But I discovered that song is not new by Sexy Red. That song is from the 70s,
I believe it.
from her area too. I'm
We in the black community, the black American community, have to stop celebrating because now you get these black women getting online. I choose to have children, aka Ebony Williams, without a man. Let's not glorify single parenthood. Because see,
no, we should
because see,
not.
what happens is you're doing that by yourself and you think I'm a lawyer and I make a lot of money because she does have a law degree. Ebony, you're doing it by yourself and you're over 40 now on purpose. What's going to happen when you get sick with the flu or something? Who's going to take care of that kid? What happens when you accidentally become incapacitated? Or you are, the best case scenario, you lose your job, but you need to job hunt, but you can't afford. See, life just life. That's the thing. Having all the money in the world doesn't change the fact that you're older and you need more sleep now.
Children need both their parents.
They do. And although you're on the road, at least you're there when you're there. At least you can get back there when you have to.
They get that male perspective.
That too.
They get it.
And people are acting like, oh, who rules the world? Girls. Women aren't going to rule the world. Why do you think they're telling you that the Antichrist is going to be a dude? That's propaganda that they gas y'all up, and these feminists like Gloria Steinem were told to pay well to lie to y'all. Girls don't rule the world. They just don't. Why you think we tried to? Why you think we prevented Hillary Clinton from running this country?
Hillary, the warmonger. She's a warmonger.
And she said the same thing about Trump, but that's who she. We're gonna go to war with Russia now. Hillary, why do you want to do that? No, and at that time, Trump, the United States Armed Forces.
That's not Trump's. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's not Trump's thing.
Yeah.
Trump is about that money.
He is, and I keep telling people, because I used to be a hardcore Trump supporter back before this stuff got out of hand. And for the record, I don't like that kid that shot at him.
That was a lone wolf thing. The kid, there was something wrong with that kid.
But yeah, I did a video on that for 2025 for my channel. I just think that people need to snap out of this lone wolf stuff. Because we're lying and telling ourselves we don't need anybody. And that's why I brought up the whole thing with economics and Ebony K. Williams. You're in the best shape of your life. But don't fool yourself to believe that that child is not going to want to know who the biological father is. There's whole specials now of kids who were born in vitro fertilization that want to know the name of the sperm.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't. And once they get grown, what you gonna do? Because they have a right to know that.
Of course they do. Of course they do.
I've never understood that.
Not just for psychological reasons, but for physiological reasons too.
I shouldn't say this because it's wrong. I was friends with a guy that's gay years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And he even admitted with my back turned, because he said it to another one of our old friends who I'm still friends with her, and she's since become a for real Christian. I don't think two people who are same sex should raise kids. I'm like, but you're gay though. He said, yeah, but you need the two perspectives, the man's and the woman's perspective.
You really do. You really do.
You know those two designers that used to be each other's boyfriend that broke up but kept their company, Dolce and Gabbana, got in trouble for saying the same thing.
Well, that's sad, but the truth of the matter is that
you just can't
hormones play a role. Hormones play a role because testosterone makes you respond to stresses in your environment differently from estrogen. It just does.
It does. And when you tell people that biology is gonna kick in, they get mad. I'm like, I'm not telling you how to live your life. I'm just telling you what your body is gonna tell you as you get older. I didn't like getting sore knees at 30. I didn't. As soon as I hit 30, within months, my knees started hurting.
Yeah.
I still looked 25, but I was in pain. And see, everybody in the Black community, like I said, 'cause I'm trying to stick on topic with the economics.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lady, I wish you go, if you haven't sub to her, Erica Williams, Classy Climb.
Classic what?
Classy Climb. Let me type it in the
Classy Climb.
Yep. So you'll know exactly how to. There are single Black mothers right now crying about the price of school supplies. Oh, it costs $100 each. But the thing that they fail to miss is that you're crying about that now. Your kids will just get more expensive as they get older.
Absolutely.
And look, I'm not discouraging people from having children. What I'm saying is that you need to take into account that kids have unexpected expenses, but you expect them to start school every year. There are women crying that they deserve free backpacks for their kids because they can't afford them. And I'm like, while I have
Oh, I
compassion,
know Erica. I
yeah,
mean, I don't know her personally, but I know Erica. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, she's spitting facts out here. Oh, you looking her up, huh?
Yeah, I'm subscribed to her.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't remember the Classy Climb part. The name sounded familiar. That's why I went Erica Williams. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Less than 10 years ago, that woman was delivering pizzas. And one day, she delivered pizza to a rich house, to a very wealthy white family, and it changed her whole life.
Yeah.
Because that family got so attached to her, she learned things about money.
You
What I
see,
tell,
you
yeah,
see, and that story right there that you're telling right now, that's one of many stories that have happened in our community, and that's why I don't automatically go to the whole race thing.
you and me both. Because in like 60% of my cases, if white people didn't help me, I'd be screwed. I'm just going to go on and put it out there. And I'm like, why would this person help me if they knew I'm black? Just like that senator that people make fun of, Republican Senator Jeff Sessions, saved my naval career. They were trying to kick me out, saying that I knew I had mental problems growing up, and I had Jeff Sessions looked into it, and it was a lie. There's no record of it in Alabama. And he's like, you can't ruin this woman's career over a lie. And they all changed and switched up their tune in Nevada. If that man didn't step in, he wouldn't looked into it. Come on, he had to have known I was black.
Were the bootlickers trying to instigate that?
Yep, because people push it out that Jeff Sessions is a racist. And I have to say, had that man not stepped in, because people don't know, when the military makes accusations about you and you're active or reserved, you need to write a senator, particularly a freaking Republican one, because they're the most patriotic. Jeff Sessions, yep.
I'll tell you right now, I think in one of the videos that I made or one of the lives, I spoke about the fact that racism has levels. Okay.
It really does. I need to find your video on that.
Racism has levels because there are racists that you can get along just fine. Just fine. In fact, you could probably get along better with a racist than your own kind.
Very true.
There are some races that will not cross certain lines out of having a good moral. All right, for lack of a better word. But yeah, there are lines that they won't cross that your own will and hurt you. So racism is a funny thing.
Yeah. Because I've heard stories. You can meet I've met black people, and half the black people I met will have a story of how white people who are doing well will come out and say, I don't associate with the trash of my own race.
Oh, well, how do you think I learned about the market and developed my skills in the market? It was with white people. It wasn't with my own.
Because we tear each other down. And when you say, I've had people, well, you could have said that better. No, I said what I said. Do y'all not research Black Wall Street? I'm just curious. Did y'all not research Idlewild that they're trying to rebuild up in Michigan right now? I mean, is the food dumbing you? Yeah, is the food dumbing you down this much? What's in the water? Something's wrong with y'all. And
you know about Sexy Red though.
Oh, and that's sad. Bible said knowledge would increase. The reason that this is all happening right now is because when you go stand before that judgment, you can't play stupid because all of this is out in the open now. Now, economically, what you were saying, the difference with you and me versus some black people when you say there's levels is that when
Yep.
we turn off the cameras, we're going to get back to business because we know that there's life off this internet. These people are fighting over, well, black men did this, black women did this gender war thing.
That's another one.
Passport bros, passport girls. And don't get me wrong, black women have had the power in courts to keep men from their children for many years. This is why I'm gonna say something controversial, make you mad. As a result of how I was raised, when I found out my mom lied to me, I just don't believe in child support. And if we are going to do child support, the rule is if the man is the better parent, then give him the kids and make her pay.
I've seen so much fraud and abuse with child support.
That's my problem with it.
Unbelievable.
It's child support, not Louis Vuitton bag support.
Hello.
Not I'm going to go have my hot girl summer in Dubai while my kids are staying at home starving with no babysitter support, because this has happened. Women are going to prison, leaving their kids at home. Some of them didn't die, but they're going to prison, leaving their kids at home. One woman left her baby at home, and she was Hispanic, to go have a hot girl summer and be on a vacation. The little girl was at home and starved to death. I think she just got sentenced this year. See, the thing is, our communal foolishness is now rolling over because it's an increased amount of white women becoming single mothers and thinking that's okay. Like, why?
It's ridiculous. And there's like a group of people that are pushing all this nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
Like that Red Balloon show with the gender war, another distraction. I watch it because I'm curious about studying it, not because I care. You've seen that, right?
No. Red Balloon, no.
The Red Balloon, where either they'll bring out, most of the time, a black man or a black woman, and when they walk in the room, okay, so let's do it in the reverse. For example, there's a black woman holding a balloon and they'll give him a toothpick. So when a man comes in and he's looking for a companion, based on what he say, they can all pop the balloon and vice versa. Yeah, this is on YouTube right now. People are losing jobs over this based on how they acted on this show. I'm like, black people love being their own worst enemy.
What?
So you didn't know about that one guy that was I think an electrician he said he was making $100K a year, and he was denigrating all those women on that show, and his job fired him right after that. Black dude. One girl called him a Ninja Turtle, which was funny because he did look like a Ninja Turtle. That's bad. He lost almost $100K a year job because he made a fool of himself on that show. Dude, you're an electrician. Just hire yourself out as a journeyman. You didn't need to work for nobody. And then tried to start a GoFundMe after that to fund his birthday. Like, dude.
For what?
To fund his birthday.
Man, listen.
This is the clownish stuff that Black American, and people, you don't like yourself. I like being Black American. That's why I have my history. I am what God made me. But and the thing is our group's lack of taking correction is why this economic stuff you're talking about.
Oh, why did you bring that up? I was just talking about that earlier today.
You have to let people correct you to be better. You have to accept losses. You have to accept discipline. Because if you don't, you won't move. You're going to get older, not younger. This is the time to start building something, because you don't know what's going to happen to you. Because they're like, well, I'm going to die young. So what if God decided to let you live to 100 because it's in his hands anyway? and you live to that long. That's why you got 80-year-old Walmart greeters. Those people didn't make good decisions and probably thought they was gonna die young. Guess what? God played a wonderful trick on them, didn't he?
Trick or treat, brother.
Trick or treat, boo-boo. Like, come on. Y'all got to think this stuff through. This is being done by design. You got our people going in the industry getting recording contracts. And they're broke because that industry was always exploiting them. Y'all don't stop and think about the mysteriousness of how Sam Cooke died. He was trying to take control of his stuff. Bill Cosby, I think, wanted to buy CBS. Next thing you know, connect these freaking dots. I don't like Tyler Perry, but black actors are coming out saying Tyler paid us more than what we made in Hollywood. Connect these dots.
Oh, and now all of a sudden Tyler Perry's in the hot seat.
Yep.
Oprah too.
She should be, because Oprah made her money off of primarily upper middle class white women, and then after that show went off the air, she turned on. I would never exploit another race if I really didn't like them. I think Oprah low-key got a jealousy of white women. She just ain't gonna come out and say it. Not white males, because she sure had a lot of quietness on Harvey Weinstein, but she low-key got a jealousy of white females. And that's why she sat there and made her money off of them. She a smart businesswoman. She made her money off of them. Got her 20 plus years. Game. She knew how to play. And this is what I'm trying to tell black people. I ain't got to go make the white man's money. I didn't heard that before. I got a cousin now my age.
That is dumb.
I have a cousin like that right now who quit working. He'll keep a job less than 6 months and keep quitting, and he's my age. And his father don't even speak to him anymore because he know better. Because I don't want to make the white man's money. Dude, you and I are both halfway to 50. It's time to stop playing games. This is the thing with black Americans. This is why when some people are critical, I understand it. Don't get me wrong, not at all. This economic stuff, I'm glad. That's why I like your channel and glad you stay on it. This ain't no joke. Why you think they're doing all these evictions? Because these people don't care about you.
No.
They don't care about poor white people. That's why they let them languish in formaldehyde-filled freaking mobile homes. Y'all ain't connecting these dots. Them rich whites don't care about poor whites. They just weaponize them and said, well, your whiteness makes you better than them, but they're still poor as hell.
It's all about class.
That's the thing, and black people are not missing it. It's all about class, and it's all about knowing how to play the game. And most black people aren't like you and I. They don't want to play.
They don't.
The problem.
They want to demand.
They want to demand
stuff. Yeah.
The problem with the demanding versus playing the game is your demands mean nothing because evictions still keep going up. What that should have told you something.
Yeah, you could demand all you want. I keep, who is it that there was somebody that I was explaining to them because they're on that constant loop of complaining and finger pointing and raising their voice.
Yep. I won't be friends with you, but keep going.
Yeah. And I try to explain, listen, the way things work, you can say whatever you want. You can protest, make a scene, be loud, whatever you want. You're nothing to be concerned about as much as you want to believe that you are, because you're so loud, because you want to break windows or whatever the hell it is that you want to do, break a car, whatever.
Yep.
You're not a concern. No, you're a distraction, and that's okay. You can do that. You know who's dangerous? People like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X had to get taken out. Why? Not because of the protests or any of that stuff. No, because they're telling people, okay, just so that it's clear what what King did by encouraging people to boycott the buses. Where were you hitting these people?
Oh, yeah.
Pocket.
And he hit them big time, too.
Now you just became dangerous. It's not your mouth. You can mouth off all you want. It's when you decide not to purchase from a particular establishment or from a particular individual. Now it's a concern.
My only problem with some white people, I'm going to let you finish your point, and then I'll get to what I'm going to say.
Mm-hmm. Oh, well, that's what integration was really all about.
That's what it, yep.
It was economic demise for our community.
It was.
You can integrate, and our people were just so eager to take our money over to the very group that oppressed us, right? Not all of them did that, but this is our chance. This is our chance to get the attaboy. No, you're not so bad. Okay, this is our chance to get the attaboy, but we're going to sneak in a really nasty device on all of you. It's called qualified immunity.
Yep.
What's that? Cops, prosecutors, judges can get away with doing whatever the hell they want with you. You can't do nothing about it.
Yep.
So go ahead. Decrease your power, your purchasing power. Go ahead, decrease it. Let it all out of your community now. Goodbye. Now your community has no leverage.
Yep.
And you're going to get a beat down. And you won't be able to do nothing about it. Sorry. Go ahead, take over, Professor.
Now you got this push from certain white people. Why do black people have to express black owned businesses? I'll shop any business regardless of race. I'm like, you being an attractive white woman, that's easy for you to say.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're still the dominant in this society right now. Well, mine is Washington State because Asian women are the dominant out here, but that's another story for another day.
Mm.
Okay, so you say that, but look at what black people have lost economically. And don't get me wrong, if I like Italian food and I buy it from a white person that was their cuisine, of course I would rather have an Italian noni food. The same reason that a black female can style my hair, my 4C curly nappy black hair better than any other race. There's levels to this stuff.
Yeah.
If I want
nothing wrong with that.
If I want chocolate chip cookies and a white woman owned bakery in this county is the best, and I'm going to buy those cookies. Not because she's white, but because they are the best chocolate chip cookies in the county.
That's different.
That's different. But it's still a level to it.
Yeah.
It's a different type of level.
It ain't like when men were doing back in the day, straightening their hair out, getting that conch. Why were you doing that? Huh?
The same with those lie perms. If I ever become a mother, you couldn't pay me to put that mess in my kid's head. The same thing with black people's food in chitlins. You couldn't pay me to feed that to my kids.
Yeah.
Some slave food should have stayed in slave days. It is what it is. They gave y'all that as the scraps because they thought if you was inhuman.
That's what they were. They were scraps.
They were scraps given to animals.
Why would you do scraps?
Because they thought you were an animal. My grandma can remember when she was a little girl, because she passed away in 2022, how people would look in the, I'm going to go to her grave when I go home. They finally got the tombstone put up. And she can remember and recall they would go look behind black people as a little kid in Alabama to see if they grew a tail like the devil.
What?
That was a thing. Yep. You told me that as a child. When they walked behind you like that, kids would be curious if you had a tail like the devil. Because being black meant you automatically going to hell. I'm like, y'all dumb.
Automatically, because according to evangelicals, is it?
I don't mess with them. I think they're nutty, but keep going.
I think they're the ones that perpetuated this story that we're descendants of Cain. Our black skin, that's the marking that God gave Cain for killing his brother. Our black skin. But guess what?
Or Ham for seeing his dad naked, but keep going.
I guess none of those evangelicals do math. Guess they don't do math, and I guess they don't even do biblical history.
Nope.
Because if you recall, Noah is a descendant of the third son. He's not a descendant of either Cain nor Abel. He's a descendant of Seth.
Yeah, dummies, like for real.
So what does that mean? All of Cain's descendants were eliminated during the flood.
Yep.
So doing their homework, they're perpetuating that stuff, and nobody bothered to come. Of their group, nobody bothered to go over and let them evangelicals know, hey, you know that's nonsense, right? You know that, right?
I think some of them are comfortable with the ideal that God is white, and if you can keep God white and everybody else down because they think they're losing America, right? It's just an excuse they hide behind a comfortable, I'm going to stay this because I'm comfortable in my white Christianity, not your Christianity, which is the true Christianity, your made up white Christianity. Because if you had an ounce of common sense, you would know America never was an all white country, and it never will be.
Yeah, no, never.
There were people over here that got slaughtered, and some completely wiped out. We're going to pretend that didn't happen now. And then don't get me wrong. I've said this again. I have nothing against any races of people. I have no hate in my heart for no races of people.
No reason
but lots of people economically have suffered because of certain groups of people. And I'm doing a video series all the month of November on solidarity between Blacks and Asians, where I explain that even the Anglo-Saxon establishment, you know why we couldn't drink on Sundays in this country for years.
Break it down, because I don't know.
It's called Teutophobia, right? Let me type it in.
What phobia is that?
EUTO. See, the stuff with Hitler didn't start overnight. Teutophobia is the fear of anything German. So when certain German,
do you know where Hitler got his whole racist nonsense from?
Where?
This is crazy. He got it from here in England. You know who was his the guy that he praised the most, that was a big eugenics guy?
Who?
Henry Ford.
Yeah. During that time, they pushed the narrative, and nobody liked to talk about this because we want to make all white people evil, which is not something I personally believe. Evil exists. Yeah, evil exists in all races. In this country, because they didn't like all those German immigrants coming after slavery was ending, Teutophobia was a way to get at Germans because Germans were coming and drinking in large numbers due to their beer culture that they brought from the old country. This is why you had a lot of dry places instead of wet, because you know the difference between a wet city and a dry city. Wet County, you couldn't buy alcohol on Sunday because they wanted to stick it to Germans. So these are white people sticking it to other white people. Nobody wants to talk about that. And nobody wants to talk
Polish
about
went through it too.
who?
Polish went through it too.
So did the Irish. And I found newspaper clippings from New York from back in the late 1800s of the Nina campaign. No Irish need apply. Them high-level Scottish and English people in New York were refusing to hire Irish. And remember,
Girl, the Irish were beneath the actual blacks in New York.
I know that in the world too, and I keep telling black people, you don't find it odd that when they freed us in the United States, they were still over there well into the 20th century, having a stronghold on Ireland and raping the women over there. Think about it. Go look up what the Irish and some Irish and Scottish people said when Elizabeth II died. Them people showed their behind, because the English had been raping and pillaging them folks centuries before we was put on them boats. They do it to other who they conceive white people too. And when you try to tell people this, it's like, I don't know what to tell y'all. This stuff is out there. Tudophobia is out there. Hitler was able to rise because 100 years leading up to his coming on the scene, there was an anti-German hate throughout the Western world. And his thing was, I'm getting sick of this. And for a while, he got the best of people and showed them, I'll show you just how sucky you think Germany really is. Because they weren't just putting white Jews in them concentration camps.
No, they weren't just white Jews.
The point I'm trying to make is wealthier white nations that rose up don't even like what they perceive to be poor white nations.
The term cracker, a lot of people don't know this. The term cracker came from white people. It didn't come from us.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
It came from the upper class English to describe the lower class whites here.
Yes.
Crackers.
What back in the day was called Anglo-Saxons. Them Anglo-Saxons did not want Germans over here. And in time, as more white immigrants started to come and populate the United States, they started to perpetuate this. We have a shared whiteness. You are better than even some Irish people. In this country, less than 100 years ago, if you were Italian, they did not see you as white.
No.
That's why the Anglo-Saxon mayor of freaking New Orleans flat out came out and said, Joseph Shakespeare, the Italian is lower than the Negro. And 11 were lynched in one day, the highest lynching of white people in American history. Now these
know all about it.
And they swear up and down they're white. I'm like, over 100 years ago. They swear 100 years ago they would have lynched y'all just like they did us.
Yep. And they wouldn't even shed a tear or think twice about it.
They needed you to now believe. Why you think there is a St. Valentine's Day massacre? Why you think that Al Capone showed out the way he did? Because even back in those days, our government had a suspicion of Italians.
You know, you do know that Al Capone is the real Scarface, right?
He is, yeah.
That was back when he was living in New York. He got fresh with an Irishman's wife. And the guy pulled out a blade and blasted him in the face. They had to get him out of there. The Italians had to get Capone out of there because they were afraid that this guy was going to take him out.
And the Irish and Italians did what they did as a form of survival. When you come to a country and people are saying, because you're not, because Anglo-Saxon people, that means white. No, it doesn't. It just means northern white, like English. Okay, let's get that straight. Anglo-Saxon does not cover all white people. Okay, it does not.
Northern Europeans look down on the Southern Europeans.
They do. And when I tell people this, I'm telling you right now, even in Sweden, you've heard of the very upper cold Sweden called the Laplands. Those are poor Swedes, right? But the wealthier ones down near Stockholm keep those people poor. And now they've mostly become alcoholics up there. White people doing it to white people.
Yep.
Just like when I tell
It
black,
ain't race. It's class.
it's class. Who do you really think was put on them ships and brought us over here? Who helped them Europeans put us on them boats?
Not us.
This is why I don't badmouth anyone who's born in the Caribbean and feel that they're the same as us, because we all got put on them darn boats.
Yeah.
And Africans have done that. There's been an African professor who said we owe African Americans an apology.
Was he from Ghana?
He could have been. I think he was. He's like, that's the least we can do. Because once he went to college and started studying the history, he understood how messed up the African psychosis is. Why you think that continent still look like that? Them folks still fighting each other. That's why Dominicans suffer and would. I know black because they're ashamed of it.
They're ridiculous with that nonsense.
I agree with you, but there's levels to it. Where else did it
Levels.
come from?
It came well. Spanish.
If you convince yourself you're white, then you convince yourself that you're on the right side of history and that you can move up economically, because you're looking at these Negroes sitting around at each other's behind and not helping each other.
Yep.
Only the Jamaicans don't take that crap. You know about that Chinese hotel? When the Chinese went off in there a couple of years ago, tried to build a luxury hotel in Jamaica and told black Jamaicans they couldn't go in there, you know what they did?
What? What? Are you crazy?
No.
In Jamaica? Oh
no,
my
God. It made the international news. They went and torched it and burned it down.
Hey, they don't play that in Jamaica.
They don't. And the Chinese found out I'm sorry.
They don't play that.
It's not funny.
It's funny, T. It's funny. It's funny, Professor. Yes, it is.
Y'all are outsiders. You weren't Chinese-born Jamaicans. You're outsiders coming telling people what to do. And then when they burn your stuff down, what you think? You went to their country. What you think they was going to do?
Don't go to Jamaica with that nonsense. I'm telling everybody right now.
I knew that too, even as a black American. Don't go playing with them folks. You can disappear up in the mountains. This is common sense. Easily. And they will never find you up in them coffee fields. Quit playing.
Maybe that's why their Blue Mountain coffee tastes so good.
So good. Yep. Some of the best coffee in the world. You will come missing in the woods. They don't play with you in Jamaica.
They don't play that. They do not.
I've never been to that country, but I know if I ever go to be respectful.
I grew up around them. They're very proud people.
Just like I tell people, I mean no disrespect, like gay people. Well, Jamaica needs to change its law, because if they catch you in a homosexual act, that's 10 years hard labor.
Yeah, you're going in. Yeah, it's true.
You're going in. And people, they need to change their law. I said, why would you go to a country that you know thinks like that?
Exactly. That's their law. That's their country.
Their country. We need to worry about the starvation and people going homeless in the United States. I'm not trying to be mean.
No. But yeah, we got to get our stuff together.
I wish DeAndre was here. He would like this comfort. There's levels to this racist stuff.
Levels.
If you convince yourself that white people are always your enemy, that's why you broke.
How the hell did some of these black communities survive? It was with the help of some white communities.
Yeah. And I say that in my intro video to my series that's going to be in November too. Now, some people in that race committed atrocities, but who haven't committed atrocities? I'm not giving people a pass who did that.
Well, what about the ones that risked their lives to make sure that we were getting some form of justice. They risked their life.
Yeah, like Viola Liuzzo, who left her husband and 5 kids in the North and came and was giving people rides in the Freedom Rides, and the Ku Klux Klan surrounded her car. And the 2 men in the back, it was a white Jew and a black guy, I think, survived the shooting. I don't remember that part. They shot her first, point blank range in the head, for being a race traitor. That woman willingly left her husband and 5 kids in the North for something she believed in, and she died for it. They killed her instantly for being a race traitor.
It's a dishonor when people like that are not spoken about and acknowledged. It's a dishonor.
Yep. Just like we don't talk about Jim Zwerg, and he's alive. He's the white kid you see who was in the bus rides, who got the famous tape of how he got beat down by the Klan. And he's still alive.
Listen, I'm just not about that racism. I'm global.
Stuff. Me too. I'm not about that racism life. Whoever buy my soap, I don't care your skin color. My husband's white and Asian, so I'll put that out there. But the thing about it is, although people came and destroyed our communities, most of the time Black people are doing it to themselves now.
Now, yeah.
You know, Erica Williams, when she try to tell Black women in private, they'll snap at her like she's trying to help you, because the United States ain't gonna get cheaper. It's just gonna get more expensive.
You need to learn about money and finance. And if she's doing that, big ups.
They brought the Chinese over here originally to treat them like slaves, like the Black people, and the Chinese just clapped back on it. Why you think there's so much anti-Asian? Anti-Asian hate is really anti-Chinese most of the time.
Yep.
Just like these Asian kids, and I made a video, and that video gonna make people mad in November. Black people are the affirmative action, and Black people are the reason we couldn't get into these colleges. Now, with affirmative action gone, they're still not getting in and still complaining. Do you understand that certain people in the establishment needed you to take away our opportunities because they planned on taking yours next? Y'all really thought y'all were going to come to this country and dominate when the top families are all still of that skin color. You think they're going to let you in their group?
Those are the bootlickers.
Yeah.
The bootlickers believe that they have the upper hand over their own kind.
What we call the boule in the Black community. W.E.B. Du Bois cannot be trusted. Right now, there's an old letter that if you research closely of Margaret Sanger, who wanted us wiped out, calling W.E.B. Du Bois her friend. And you can find the quote of him saying that certain of us should be aborted.
Start with him.
Because people want to tell you Booker T. Washington was the bad person for doing that Atlanta Compromise address, but the difference between Booker T and freaking W.E.B. Du Bois is that Booker T. Washington still has direct descendants alive. Stupid W.E.B. Du Bois tried to marry his daughter off to Harlem Renaissance writer, I think he's a poet, Countee Cullen, knowing Countee Cullen was gay. And Yolande, his daughter, didn't know after the fact. So your only daughter never produced kids, but Booker T. Washington now has grandkids and great-grandkids still around. What does that tell you?
Booker T.
I think that you and I trying to lose weight, even on the economic scale, the reason Black people have high levels of diabetes and stuff is because we took ourselves out of the fields. Let me explain what I mean. When you have an intimacy to your food, you better understand it, how it's supposed to go into your body. Then you're not having to eat junk. So then you go on this great migration and go live in concrete jungles where you gonna grow stuff. You don't have
You're
as
gonna
much
eat bricks.
You ain't gonna eat bricks. Everything, strawberries don't grow in a grocery store. They just don't. Cabbages don't grow originally in a grocery store. They've been dumbing us all down for decades, and they use race and gender to keep you distracted.
Yeah, big time.
Women
Big
can
time.
be bosses, okay? But make no mistake, stress is gonna hit your body differently because you don't have testosterone. We have estrogen.
It
Estrogen.
makes a difference.
Women cannot do everything a man can do. I accepted that in my early 20s, and I will die with that. I can't do what you do. I can't. I can't
And
do
there,
everything.
and there are things that men can't do that women can.
That's why I tell men, be glad you're men. Don't no man want to push a watermelon through their vag and have a kid for hours. Women die doing that.
Yes, they have.
Now you
Yes.
got these people, I feel like a woman. Okay, do you feel like having
Feel
babies
like,
like? Yep. You know what I
you know
feel like?
what?
I feel like I should be a billionaire, but I'm not.
Right,
You know what I mean?
right.
I feel like I should be tall as Tyra Banks and make the money she made, but that didn't happen, and it's okay. I feel like that darn car I got out here, this Honda CRV should be a Bugatti Veyron. It's not.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, who switched my car up?
Yep. Black people in this country, and I love my people, get in their feelings. And when you let yourself get emotionally involved, you can't logically think. And when you're not logical, then you're not going to be able to build anything.
And that's exactly what happens when it comes to investing. Also, you
Yep,
can't get in your
logic.
feels. Can't get in
Okay.
your feels.
Yep. You get in your feelings about it, it'll consume you and you will not build.
You'll be making the same. You'll be on a hamster wheel.
You
Okay.
that's the best way to put it. The hamster wheel. Like you're going, but you're not going anywhere.
Right. You're moving. You're moving fast. You're exerting energy. But take a look. You haven't gone anywhere.
It's
You
going
haven't gone
anywhere.
anywhere.
Going anywhere. Yep.
Going around in circles.
Now we got this new thing, and I had to quit being friends with a woman in 2023 where she wanted me to sit around and manifest stuff with the universe and hope that it land in my lap. I'm like, are you nuts? That's not how any of this works, ma'am. See, what you're gonna do is get desperate, and then one day when somebody like me that you knew get rich, you're gonna go tell my secrets to make your money. I already know what you're doing.
Oh, I spoke about that in one of my videos. I spoke about I spoke about both things, manifesting, and I don't think I got too far with the manifesting one, but I did talk about gatekeeping.
It's nuts.
Manifesting. Okay, so that became popular after The Secret came out, right?
Which is why I don't deal with that book. That dude made all that money selling y'all some nonsense. Most people I know that read that book are more broke now than before they read it. Why is that? Because he made his money off of selling y'all a gimmick and all you idiots fell for it. And I don't mean idiots in the sense that you're literally an idiot. You could be or you couldn't be. But
Well,
the idiot nature of wanting something easy is
yeah,
what got the best of you.
yeah, exactly. With The Secret, the actual secret to The Secret
Yeah,
is that you're just hyper focused on something. That's it.
that's it. Yeah, and y'all bought a book to tell you what's common sense. Anytime somebody come at you, I got the secret solution. I got this formula. You need to run to the hills.
So
Just
many.
like your just like your Candace Owens, and then
Oh my God.
your equivalent, rest in peace, Sheila Jackson Lee, who just passed, who will sit there, well, we need to get together and talk about the solutions. We know the solutions. Fatherlessness. when you took those men out of those homes. We know the solutions. Get off Section 8. Because when you depend on the government, they're going to control you. We know the solutions. Learn how to budget. We know the solutions. Don't trust the K through 12 pipeline because they're never going to teach you economics. That system was made to dumb you down and keep you from learning about money.
He designed it.
It was a design. It was a design system.
Yeah, you know who designed it?
Who?
It was Rockefeller.
Oh yeah, John D. Rockefeller. And I keep telling people, Black people, we're going to send our girls to Spelman College. They can be surrounded by their own, not realizing that John D. Rockefeller bankrolled that school when it opened because his wife, Laura Rockefeller, her maiden name is Spelman. Them folks was always going to control y'all. They're in your HBCUs.
He wound up changing the approach to education from institution as high up as Harvard.
Look at those people now. What was that stupid class Harvard just came out with that I made a video on? It's a $60K a year.
Oh yeah. Ridiculous.
I'm like, this ain't something that happened overnight. Somebody engineered this foolishness. And your kids want you to get to help them $60K a year to go listen to that. You can be out here, get an IT certificate, and make $100K a year. Now,
they're the ones that have been, they've been better off. Plumbers, electricians.
AI can't kill electricians and plumber jobs. You're gonna need the mindset and the ingenuity of human thinking to do those jobs.
AI ain't replacing those jobs.
And it won't. If you go look it up, most economists will agree it won't. And you can't listen to educated economists because they were spoon-fed some stuff in a classroom. I like Thomas Sowell, but when he starts talking economics, I drown him out. Because he's just educated on that. He's an academic. That's all he is. And I'm not saying that's bad.
No, but how about some applicable stuff, huh?
Yeah, you're not learning applicable stuff in school. Why do you think people like me who sucked in school did better in college? Because in college,
yeah, that's it.
You're actually learning the stuff they couldn't teach you K through 12, and you're actually debating it. Now you go to these college campuses, these kids are we deserve a safe space. Right after I graduated.
Safe space? Get out of here with that safe space nonsense.
You remember in 2013, I was already out of the University of Washington. I don't know if they did this where some colleges had what's called the cry closet filled with stuffed animals.
The cry closet?
You never heard about that?
Hell no.
Yeah, where they would have stuffed unicorns, stuffed teddy bears, any stuffed animal. This is a true thing. Go look it up. And when I saw it, a picture of one. Yep, I saw a picture of one. And I'm sitting looking like, please tell me this is a freaking joke. And the more I researched it, it wasn't a joke. There were cry closets. Remember the thing with remember on campuses, the thing with mansplaining that spilled into society?
Yeah, mansplaining.
Why do they have their legs wide open? Because y'all stuff hangs, it has to breathe. I've tried to tell this to women. This is when women or men are too. I said, this is stupid. There he is.
D, come on up, man.
When you say that this is why I'm saying when you say there's levels to this stuff. That's why as much as I like my people, you being Black American don't mean I'm going to trust you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't know about the cry closet?
No, hell no. I don't know nothing about that. Big D,
Hey.
What you know about the cry closet?
I don't know. I don't know, really.
See,
I don't.
that's what I'm saying. It's a good thing that y'all didn't attend these campuses because you missed that stupid stuff when I was in school. Just like one morning I got to school at the University of Washington, because remember we were talking about this economic stuff. There's levels to it, to gender and race.
Right.
So the vagina monologues, you got women selling cookies. It's early in the morning and it said vagina cookies, right?
What?
And I was half asleep, so I didn't think I saw what I saw. No, let me finish because I know you laughing. So I went back a week later and then I saw the sign again and it said vagina cookies. I said, okay. So this is what I'm going to do. They really had cookies that they were selling in the shape of the vajayjay. And I'm like, how did y'all get back? I'm like, the girl, they were smiling like,
No way.
I promise to God, them cookies was shaped like they was like sugar cookies, like they was painted and shaped like the vajayjay. And I'm like,
What?
I'm done. And that was 2011.
Yo, they look like fortune cookies. They look like fortune cookies.
They really had the whole splitting of it was nasty. I'm like, and people was walking up buying them vagina shaped cookies.
Oh my word.
What the?
Because it's a free campus, it's a free country, they're freely expressing themselves.
No.
I agree with you. That don't make no sense.
I came in right in time to this.
Yes, you did.
I just got done doing my own live, and I said, you know what? Let me come back and jump in and
come on in, cause we got vajayjay cookies, kid.
I don't want none.
I didn't either. I promised to God I'll put my hand on the holy Bible. I didn't buy them. Every time I saw that, I would walk the other way. I said, we done jumped the shark. I'm not eating no vajayjay. I don't care if it's imaginary. Y'all done lost y'all's mind.
Oh no, I don't want none. Like I said,
I don't know. Sounds fishy to me.
I don't need it. If it's something like that, I don't need it. I can bake my own regular chocolate chip cookies.
That's what I'm saying. I'll just bake some sugar cookies at home. They my favorite, and just let them stay in the regular shape. They got shape. I'm telling you, these people jump the shark with this stuff.
And drink some milk on the side, or water, or wouldn't it?
Yep.
What?
But that's jumping the gun right there with that.
So we was basically talking about there's levels to this racism and gender stuff and how they like to keep people divided. That's what you missed, like in the past 2 hours of the live economically.
I apologize if I came in late.
No, that's fine.
Because I was actually doing a live episode of my own, and I didn't.
You were making cookies.
No,
he wasn't. You stop.
No, I was not making cookies. No, I wasn't. I don't eat those. Not those kind. No,
I don't. She was selling them like they was Girl Scout cookies. She was proud.
What?
I'm sitting there looking like, do you not know you're a nut? But I had to be respectful. Like, you are a nut.
Jello pudding.
I'm so happy I came in. I know I'm late, but good thing I came in.
Good Lord. You don't want to miss out on this.
Yeah, I went to college. We're talking about economics. And in 2013, it made the national news that these kids were so scared about the world that on college campuses, they were creating cry closets. So the cry closet would be a random closet somewhere in a building on the campus where they filled with stuffed animals like unicorns and like
teddy bears.
And they would let you go if you're feeling like anxious and you couldn't see a counselor, you just go hug the teddy bears.
Oh my goodness.
Yep.
I don't
and people are paying all this money to send their kids to college for this. You may as well go get a certificate now and be a freaking electrician or a carpenter.
Come out building is cheaper.
That's what I mean.
I'm get my degree in underwater fire prevention.
I kid you not.
Hell
I'm
yeah.
not trying to make y'all laugh, but I can prove this though.
You did a bad job of trying not to make us laugh.
Like, I'll give you an example about economics. The University of Washington out here in Seattle, where I graduated, true story, has a master's degree in puppetry.
In what? In what?
Like the ventriloquist, like the puppet. I'm not making this up. There's Aurora, what's her name? Valentinelli.
Oh.
She owns a puppet museum, and when you go look at her bio, she'll say she got her degree in puppetry from the University of Washington. So why would you pay close to, like, I would say 50 to 100K to learn how to be a ventriloquist? Somebody can teach you that for a puppet that gonna sit on your lap and you gonna pretend to talk. These people are jumping the shark.
I'm doing it right now.
Wow.
You can't tell it's ain't talking.
But the point is, you did that without having to go to college and pay for it.
Exactly.
So you can talk to a puppet. There's levels to this stuff.
If I wanted to talk to a puppet, I would have went on Sesame Street.
Exactly. That's all you gotta do is just go on the set of Sesame Street and sit there and let them let you talk to someone. Why would you pay that much money for that?
Yeah, that's how I see it. I said I can go on Sesame Street and go on there and sing with them and everything.
And that's free that I know of.
I know you're not getting paid a lot doing that on Sesame Street.
You probably are.
I'm like,
I'm saying there's levels to this gender stuff. Just like a couple years ago when the government wanted to shell out millions to study how the polar ice caps melting is affecting women. I'm like, are you kidding me?
What?
That's a thing. Go Google this stuff. I'm not lying. How I am affected as a woman because the polar ice caps are melting. That's like college research. I'm not making this stupid stuff up, okay? Feminists are doing, I'm not making this up.
Wow.
They're getting millions of dollars in research to research stuff like that.
Google is your best friend.
It really is.
It is your best friend. It's your best friend.
I think, and that's why I like that you're a trucker, Mr. Burns, because you missed a lot of stupid stuff. And I think, you see what I'm saying? When you're that busy and you just miss a lot of stupid.
I ain't got time for all that.
Yeah. I'm in the middle of it and I ain't got time for it.
That's crazy.
Yeah, cry closets, the polar ice caps and how it's affecting women. I'm like, I don't feel affected. I'm just gonna go in the kitchen and make me a sandwich. That's give me some water. I'm not affected. I'm not.
I don't feel right. Can I get an A?
So
can't get no damn A. Get the hell out of here.
So basically, what you missed is that we were talking about the history of how our people lost out economically back then because of racism.
Yeah,
and
man.
Now with Sexy Red and stuff, how I know.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
I want to hear what you got to say. Yeah,
ma'am. It was not gonna be anything bad. I was just gonna say I can't get into Sexy Red and that.
Why not?
See, that's what I told Mr. Burns too. I just can't deal with her. You know how some people, you look at them and you say, no, and that's the end of it.
Wow, just by looking at them.
Yep.
Because since we talk about, like, people talk about Sexy Red and Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion, and
she going to,
and all these female singers that's out these days. But I did research. Well, I watched this movie called Bessie about Bessie Smith.
Yeah.
And because Queen Latifah played her years ago. And I did my research. Some of the songs they had, it was this woman, I forgot her name. Her name was Miss Lucille something. And I was like, it was in the 1930s. She had the song. And when I tell you, I had to, my mouth was wide open. I had to cut it off because it about scared me. I thought I dropped my phone
What?
hearing what that woman was saying. I said, ain't no way. And now in this century, we got people like Sexy Red and many others, Cardi B and all that. But you know, but Sexy Red, that is an artist I just can't.
I just can't. Yep. And that's how I feel about it. Why
I,
she keep trying to go to them high schools and she a grown woman too?
in wrestling events and stuff, and little kids in the audience, and she doing all that gyrating and shaking us, you know.
You don't know what she did, Mr. Burns, after she had her baby. That's when I really knew. I knew.
She had a baby?
Yeah, she got a baby.
Somebody impregnated that woman?
That's what I said.
After the birth, from the hospital bed, she opened her legs and took pictures of her stuff.
What?
And
For what? To model for the cookies?
She put it on Snapchat after giving birth.
I'm glad I don't follow her.
And when I saw, I'm like, and I think Drake thumbs upped it, and some other rapper, I forgot which one.
He canceled to me.
Okay.
I'm sorry. He do too much too.
Me too. I canceled Drake years ago. He a little too much.
Little too much.
Just like Kanye West too. I know it is, but I just can't with Kanye.
Kanye's out there, man.
And you know what I said about Kanye? I know I might be wrong. I said this about Kanye. I'm gonna keep it respectful, but you know I always keep it real too. But what I said about Kanye, he ain't been right since his mama died.
Yep.
He messed around and got up with one of them Kardashians, and you know how they bad on men, especially the black men. Yep. And now his brain just done shrunk, like he ain't got nail no more.
His head looks different.
No, I have sympathy for him. I said when his mama died, you could see the decline. Some people don't. If you're close to that parent, you don't take it well when they go.
And like you don't deal like others deal, like when somebody close to you has, departed.
You know, when I was a teenager, I didn't know this. I overheard some relatives talking about how we had a relative die in the 1980s, and there was another female relative. I can't think of either of them's name. Well, the one younger female that was close to the older female that died put it in her head that we all conspired to kill that woman, and that's why she died. No, she just died of a sickness. So when they took her to the hospital to be examined, she said, if y'all let me live here, I'm going to go slaughter the whole family. To my knowledge, she's still in that home unless she done passed away. And that's remarkable for that time, because back in the 80s, they didn't take Black people's mental health seriously. But when she said that nurse was like, no, I think she's serious. We about to lock her up. And she never saw the light of day again with us because she said she gonna kill all of us. And I was just a baby. I didn't have nothing to do with that woman. But she died of a lengthy illness, and she put it in her head that we all murdered her. And I'm gonna slaughter all of y'all. Mental illness will do that to people.
Tell me about
it. And I talk about this a lot too. I said mental illness is real. Yep. And a lot of people don't want to, don't like to discuss it, but it's really, it is real. It's real.
Look at me. Yeah, mental illness is real.
Yeah, I believe you already been there.
Yep. That girl I told you earlier that I had to cut off from being friends in 2020.
Yeah, what was up with that?
When I was friends with her, she was depressed as a kid and tried to tell her mom. Now, mind you, her mom's Native American with a little Black and all of that. Well, she had a little white too, but she was more Black and Native American than anything. Guess what that girl's mama gonna tell her to her face?
What?
You ain't got no depression. That's white people's S word.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
That's why we can't fix the black community, because there's certain people like that who believe that depression and stuff is white people's crap. No, because I
Everybody
suffer.
everybody can get depression no matter what race you is.
Yep,
That's global.
I've been medicated for it. How you gonna say that?
Even I get depressed.
Yep.
I get people depressed, so you already know.
No, you stop. You
And
stop.
it's normal. It's normal, we get depressed because we don't know what we got going on in our station. It's very serious.
We've been talking about the economic stuff and how these days our people to a degree are holding themselves back with excuses. Don't get me wrong, I'm for reparations, but the thing about it is that don't hold your breath.
Don't hold your breath.
Don't hold it, because it can go in one ear, not the other.
Yep.
Because some people you can't, because it's a lot of people you can try to tell them the facts and the truth and the real stuff, but the peoples that you tell it to, they swear up and down that you are wrong, that they right, that you don't know nothing.
That's what you missed right before we said the same thing. You know how you'll go to your own people and say, this is how you make money if we just do this, and they'll get to screaming at you because you trying to help them.
That's because I experienced that too many times, and I'll be like, okay, you win.
Me too. I just let them win and don't bother with them no more.
Because I'll be like, I don't. That's what I do. That's how I do to end it. Because I don't be wanting to get into it. I don't.
Yeah, because they'll keep going like the Energizer Bunny.
Just keep going and going.
Going. Yeah. I know what I'm talking about.
I ain't
trying to get out here and make no white people's money. I'm like, you stupid.
I just don't say nothing else. I just let them talk. I don't say nothing else.
Yeah, these days I do too. Now when they make excuses, I just sit there and let them talk. Okay, let's go get some tacos now, and I'm over it.
Yeah, you ready to eat?
You ready to eat? Boo boo. Yeah, like it's hot out here. Let's get some water. Yeah, and I'm over it. You know how some people will lie to themselves so much they believe that lie? That's what yep. That's what that is. If I pretend it's not happening, I'm gonna live in my fairy tale in my head and make it go away. We'll see in the year 2030 when them stats show that black people gonna be hard up, most of us, because we're not building skills. Go Google it. 2030 African American. It don't look good.
Because a lot of people don't know. I feel like I can say this with being respectful, because this how I am. I'm gonna say this. We've been here for a very long time, and they've been trying to get rid of us for so many years, for a very long time. They don't want to see no black man nor woman on top of the world, because they scared, they intimidated, because they know we got brain, like we smart. We smart. It's a lot that they didn't want us to do, but
yeah, we said that already, because think about it. It's funny how after Bill Cosby, not funny, but it's ironic after how Bill Cosby wanted to buy CBS because he had the money, suddenly these allegations come out.
Oh yeah, about him doing that to the women back in the day.
Yep. And why would you wait? Why would you let somebody essay you and then come out and say something about it 50 years later?
And
that is nonsense.
That's nonsense. I'm not for it. I think most of them lying. I'm just gonna keep it a buck.
They doing it for the money. Cause they wait till that man get all the way old, about old. In the 80s.
I mentioned that I was exposed to that nonsense by the age of 15. I've seen these people. I see how they conduct themselves. And come on now, this isn't something new. This has been going on. You're gonna find scandals like this back in the 1920s in Hollywood. You're gonna tell me that in this day and age, or even 20, 30 years ago, you're gonna tell me that people weren't making trips to Hollywood knowing that they were going to have to compromise their body to maybe get ahead? Come on now.
They're
Like,
saying
please.
that Madonna brought that up. I never read her. I'll let you get DeAndre. I'm sorry, but anyway, Madonna admits in her autobiography many years ago that she slept her way to the top. I didn't read it, but I know somebody did this. What, she's that rich because she went with the expectation that she was gonna sleep with whoever she had to. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
It's okay. I was just listening. I didn't want to interrupt. Mr. Burns, stop that.
Yeah, you stop. You acting up.
Jello pudding.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say this. I actually watch a couple of celebrities that be talking about the celebrities from back in the day. Ashley Say So. I don't know if y'all know who she is. I actually follow Ashley.
I've been following her for a long time.
She's amazing, and she has done so many biographies and on all these celebrities. I follow her to this day.
She's from close to the Professor's Way. That's where she's from.
Alabama.
Yeah, but the part of Alabama, she's up there in the north. She's near what's that area with the rocket and all that?
Huntsville, because I'm over
Huntsville.
the bridge in Decatur. I'm 20 minutes in Decatur.
Yeah, she's in Huntsville.
And it was like, I think she did one on I don't know, did she do one on Marilyn Monroe or did she do one on Judy Garland or whichever one
When was Marilyn Monroe? When was Judy Garland? Back in the day, man. That was way back in the day. What I mean?
Yeah, and Joan Crawford, her too.
Joan.
They said most of them celebrities and Betty Davis, most of them celebrities was putting it out there, was spreading it wide open so they can get these parts in these awards, not because they audition, but they have to do acts to please these producers, these directors, or whoever was in the head of this stuff. Not just the women, the men went through it too.
There was one actress, I can't think of her name. I forgot which studio. One of the major studio execs back in the 1920s, the janitors would have to hide her in the closet because after all of her shoots, he'd come looking for her for his sexual pay.
Ooh.
She didn't want to do it, and so the janitors, and they weren't that perceptive to think that's where she was hiding, because again, they're looking down on the janitor because they don't think, but the janitor didn't like how she was being treated, so they would hide her in their closet.
Oh, see, I didn't know that.
Some of them did run away.
1920. That's what I'm saying. So what is this nonsense with Cosby and with Weinstein? Come on now.
It's been going on. Yeah,
it's been going on, and now you want to years later. I guess maybe because you're not, desired in the industry anymore. Oh, it's his fault.
Michael Jackson called out Tommy Mottola, called him the devil. Next thing we know, Michael Jackson got all these issues again, then dies.
Oh, yeah. Because I'm going to say this too. A lot of these big celebrities or whatever that departed from this earth, I'm just going to say it. Half of them deaths is kind of suspicious to me, because I'm not even joking. It's kind of suspicious because when you think about it, whatever celebrity that has passed away, you got these upcoming stars that is big now. It's like, this person just died, but now we got this upcoming. Like I believe some of these celebrities that departed from this earth knew a lot about Hollywood and knew a lot of secrets that was going on with these people. That's why they ain't here.
That's why Cat Williams, they made the mistake of letting him get too big. They make him look crazy. I don't think Cat lied. That's why when he was on that
Club
Shay, and he's like, when Diddy call you to party, you got to tell him no. He was saying that. He was telling y'all that Diddy been sus. Let's quit playing. People have been making videos on YouTube years, but Diddy been sus, forcing people to do
A
stuff.
very long time.
Yeah, he been sus.
Hell yeah.
Because I can look, I done plenty of videos on Diddy on my channel. And I can say this. All the stuff Cat Williams said, I'll be gone. It is 2024 just started, and already now look at it. Now look at it. Halfway through, ever since Cat Williams did that, stuff started coming out. Diddy getting raided.
Yeah, because he had said the truth was gonna be revealed, like somebody was telling and feeding him stuff, and now it's all starting to come out. I get what you're saying.
Yes, ma'am. That's what I was trying to say.
They can't.
Club Shay Shay got canceled too.
Who?
Club
Yeah.
Shay Shay got canceled.
Who
Yeah.
was it that got him canceled? I forgot who. It was 2 celebrities just got him canceled.
Ooh.
I think it was
Recently?
Oprah and what's his name from Atlanta? Perry.
Tyler Perry, yep.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And Tyler Perry sus too.
He is. And I watched all this stuff, and I'm gonna say this too. Y'all might cancel me and get mad at me, but Oprah Winfrey is not my cup of tea either, because some about her just don't sit right with me either.
We talked about that an hour before you came on. I believe Oprah low-key hates white women. She made her money off of them. She knows how to play the game, so she made her money off of them for 20 years on that show, pretending to like them, and now she want to,
But she really don't.
Yep. I don't think Oprah likes white women for real.
It's hard to say because this.
I think she real sus. She's the queen of sus right now.
Oh yeah, because they were saying about her and Gail and why she won't marry Stedman. She only dusts him off every 30 or 40 years.
Sure do. We ain't seen Stedman. What's she doing? Keeping him locked up in a darn basement? Where he at?
Keeping him locked up somewhere.
He's making cookies. He's making cushy cookies. Whatever. However you said.
And I say this too. I know I came in talking too much, but I love this type of stuff. But I tell you something else. Back here they say Oprah was sick, like she had to go to the hospital. I'll tell you why she had to go to the hospital, for taking all that weight loss stuff. That
Ozempic.
That Ozempic. Sometimes some of that stuff ain't made for us. We can't do what other people do.
These people been sus. Yeah, go ahead.
Because our bodies are different. Because when they had that out, I was like, so I made so and so tonight. Anybody want some? I know that was bad, but
if you go look back, they've been exploiting and using boule black folks. Look at how they exploited Bill Bojangles Robinson. Look at that. His talent and stuff. And look how they tell you about Fred Astaire. That's the ugliest white man I've ever seen. I'm not trying to be funny. He had talent, and I will give Fred Astaire. But they talk about him, but not the 2 black guys, the Nicholas brothers, Fayard and Harold.
Oh yeah.
Them go look at their video. Them 2 was uber talented. Just like they want to talk about Eric Clapton while covering up Jimi Hendrix. Ooh. And the way Jimi Hendrix was found under mysterious circumstances, and I think Jimi Hendrix was like suicided.
Okay.
Something like that had to happen.
Yeah.
He's not the only one that died at that hotel, not the only famous performer that died in that hotel.
And
Janis Joplin too, wasn't she?
Oh yeah, They took her out. They done something to that woman. Something. Sam Cooke.
Oh, that's suspicious. I'm gonna tell you this too. I'm so glad that name came up because Ashley did a video on that too. Something fishy about that, because I'm gonna tell you somebody else I didn't trust, and he made a song about trust. Bobby Womack.
Yeah, that one too.
He said, you shouldn't trust me too much. He was talking about Sam Cooke because it wasn't too long after
The
Sam
professor
Cooke.
brought up Sam Cooke.
Yeah, because it wasn't too long after Sam Cooke died. Bobby Womack was with Sam Cooke's wife, wearing his clothes and whatever else they were doing. Then he turned around and married her.
You got to be careful about the songs you listen to, like Jerry Lee Lewis. I used to love that song until I found out the meaning. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire means you lived rich on this earth and then went to hell. Think about it. Think about when it says goodness gracious, great balls of fire, they're making it like hell is going to be a big party. Go look at the lyrics. Even with Nirvana out here in Seattle, Polly wants a cracker. You know what that song really is when Kurt Cobain was saying that they got a woman tied to the bed and taunting her because he's about to grape her.
Oh, see, I knew something wasn't right.
Think about
it. That does give me something to think about too, because back to the song, what Bobby Womack was saying, shouldn't trust me too much. I believe he was referring to this song about Sam Cooke after he died, telling Sam Cooke, you never shouldn't have trusted me. Now you know he's gone and he got his wife, married her, and all this and that third. And a lot of these songs that the artists be saying, you like Miss Professor, you make a valid point about some of them lyrics that be in them songs, because those be key words.
Yep. They have they have a meaning, some of them going back to ancient times. Just like look at Whitney Houston. How is it that she went in the bathtub like that? Then the only person, Bobby Christina, that was supposed to inherit her money went the same way. What y'all think we look like?
Some ain't right. I'm gonna tell you this. Some ain't right. Some ain't right about. I can tell you something else about that incident that I looked up. I know a lot of people probably know. I don't know if y'all know, but I discovered this a couple of months ago, or maybe close to a year ago. So they're trying to say, allegedly, when before Whitney, when she departed, or what happened to her, I was hurt when she departed. They're trying to say a couple of days before she departed, Brandy met her. They was at some rehearsal or something, because it was before the Grammys, and they said that allegedly Brandy passed Whitney passed Brandy a letter, and they're trying to say whatever was in that letter could have been something that might have led to her downfall.
Yep.
And then this is my last thing. Then I'm gonna be quiet because I know
I got one after that.
Yes, ma'am. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna say
no, you good. Yeah.
And they're trying to say, when Whitney was taking her bath, or when she was drowning, or whatever was happening to her, they say Clive Davis was toasting to her, meaning the whole time Whitney was already gone in the tour.
She was already gone, and he knew. Now, y'all understand that the thug culture was pushed on us, right? You know where that comes from.
Which culture? Which culture?
Thug.
Thug.
Oh.
In India, there was a goddess, Kali. Kali back in the day had temples. And what would happen was, if you went in that temple to pray to Kali, someone called a thuggy, because that's what it translates to in English from Sanskrit, would come slit your throat and then rob you in Kali's temples, right? Now, this is going to sound far-fetched, but this is true. When you look up Kali, she's a blue goddess, and all the skulls on the necklace around her neck represents all her husbands that she killed, okay? You can look this up, Kali. Thuggies would go into her temples to steal from people. In modern times, we took it as thug and took it in our culture. So what happens with now is that with weave, beliefs, because people who worship Kali got to shave your hair off, because you know people in India grow long hair. Some of that yaki be Indian, and they put them curses of Kali on it in that temple before they sell it to black women over here.
What?
I'm not lying.
That's insane.
They pray on the altar to that goddess who wears that skull necklace that killed all them husbands. And then black women putting it on their hair. Oh, this is just pretty human hair. No, that was prayed on in a Hindu temple and curses was put on that hair. I'm not making this up. I know it sounds.
Oh no, it don't sound off to me, because my friend
I believe it.
who's from Guyana, he got himself immersed in his Indian heritage, and he hits me off with all that stuff you're saying. Not about the hair, but about the different practices out in India with these goddesses and gods.
Them folks is amazing. I'm glad I believe in one. Y'all got 3,000 gods. Ain't nobody got time to be learning all of that.
Out of control.
That's out of control. I'm like, how do y'all memorize that in your lifetime, boo boo?
I don't even memorize it.
I can't even. I got a hard time today, and I had to ask my husband what he want for dinner tomorrow. Y'all got to memorize 3,000 gods.
This might sound weird. This might sound weird. This might sound weird. This might sound weird, but you know, I take my high cholesterol medicine every day, and sometimes I be setting it out, and sometimes I be taking it and sipping it with my coffee, and then I be like, did I take my med? I know I'm too young. I'm 29. I know I'm too young to be doing it. I'm like, did I take my med? What my medicine that I must have took it? I'm like, well, I guess
got already.
Yeah, I said, I guess I done took it, because it ain't on the bed where I laid it, so I guess I took it.
It happens.
I take other people's meds.
No, you don't. Now stop lying.
No, don't do that.
Don't do that.
You know better, Mr. Burns.
But the point is that they took some of the most talented people out of communities. And you see this in the black community. They never will let us have our own major networks. Even BET in the 1990s had some of the best black programming. And then you hit this century and it's all gone to mess. They said the 2024 BET Awards, which I ain't watched BET Awards in years, was just a hot mess.
It is.
They said it was straight boo-boo, straight trash.
It was. And I'm gonna say this too. I used to love BET, but in the upper years, they changed. And
I don't mess with it.
And I'm gonna say this. Back in the early 2000s, you know, it was a lot of talented people, you know, in our community, in our black community. They transitioned too. From Left Eye to Aaliyah to a lot of celebrities in our community that have led
Left Eye don't make no sense either. You had over 12 people in that van, and she was the only one that died houseway.
That was suspicious. Everybody didn't leave with a scratch, but she was the one
that passed. That don't make no sense.
I didn't believe it from the beginning,
and she was in Honduras, I believe. They could easily cover it up because there's a lot of jungle in that country. Very easy. People need to start connecting these dots.
Because something ain't right. I might have been 7 years old when she passed, but as I got older, I kept watching the scene and watching it. They actually got the scene on YouTube when she actually had the wreck, and I kept thinking to myself, I said, everybody in that van, in that vehicle, walked out without a scratch except the driver. That don't seem right to me. Some in the water ain't clean, because no matter how much bleach you put on a white shirt, depending on how much dirt is in it, it ain't gonna come clean. So
Yep.
that's just how I see it.
Straight
And
boo
this-
boo. That's what that is.
Yeah, that's like you were saying, Mr. Burns, about Black people and our economics, how we want delayed gratification, but you really don't understand the repercussions of what that means. People are already saying it's making the rounds now that all these artists, including Sexy Red, which I don't like anyway, are having a hard time selling concert tickets.
Concerts, music, and everything.
Everything. Don't nobody want it no more.
I don't.
Oh,
No,
So they got to use this race and gender stuff to keep people divided and distracted.
they do to keep something going.
Going. And
Because
our people aren't getting it. And when we try to help them, you ain't got to say it like that. I just look, okay, God bless, have a great day. Because I'm not going to try to help you if you don't want to help you. You have
I
got
learned
to.
that lesson.
it's this younger generation that's coming up now that is analyzing off that music with Sexy Red and Gorilla and Lotto.
Glorilla. Yeah, well, it's
Yeah.
like the professor say, you listening to that stuff, you're getting messages,
Yeah.
you're repeating it, you're
Yeah.
drawing in all that wickedness.
I
You
don't
need to
listen.
go read them darn lyrics and say, like Doja Cat, when she came out with that song called Demon, I'm like, okay, you know what? Just the title told me. Okay, boo boo.
Give me Mary J. Blige and Evoke and all the artists from the 90s, 80s, 70s. I'm an old soul and a young buddy. I like my classic music. But this new music that they got out now, all this rapping and all this jiving and everything, I'm like, see, that's y'all problem now. Y'all letting these artists boost y'all head up, y'all getting these BBLs and surgeries and everything, and wonder why you having so many complications. You can't.
It's all superficial. It's all
Yeah.
superficial.
Yep. Like them big old weird spider eyelashes.
I do not like that.
Oh, I do not, because we got a supervisor at work right now wear them all the time, and that woman's
What?
gorgeous. Yeah, I'm like, as pretty as you are, why? I'm like, and I'm not allowed to say nothing. I just be looking like, okay. And that's
Yeah, you
all I
can't
can
say
say.
nothing at your job.
Sure can't.
And I'm not, and I'm gonna tell you something else. Since this is a new generation, I get people's be wanting to, I get people's be cooking on TikTok and stuff. They be having me cooking videos. I'm sorry, but this new stuff that they putting in fried, you gotta do so much to fried chicken. People be cleaning it with lime juice and this and that, the third. I didn't have to do that. All I did was wash it and take the fat off of it and just wash it real good and season it and fry it. But now these days, this generation getting lime juice and putting on it and all this and that and cilantro and chicken bouillon or whatever they doing. I don't know nothing about that. All I know how to do is wash it, take the fat off of it, make sure the feathers off or whatever it is, and clean it real good. Let the grease get hot, put flour on it, season it, and fry it. That's all I know how to do. I don't know how to do that extracurricular stuff.
Me neither. I know how to eat it.
I can do both. I can cook it and eat it. I'm from the South. I like my stuff homemade. I make homemade cornbread and everything. I do my stuff from scratch.
Yeah, I just started cooking at home again. I was telling somebody how I don't eat at potlucks at work. Nope. And we got one coming up not this Thursday, but next Thursday when everybody
A potluck.
No, and they got a list. Why don't everybody write down their favorite dish? I'm not getting fired for this, so I'm not participating. No. I'm weird about eating off people.
Yeah, you gotta be.
Because people can weaponize food and drinks. You got to be careful about that.
Even little kids can these days.
You remember going to them darn buffet and somebody's kid coughing on their hand, and then they still letting them
In
touch
their
the food?
nose.
And then put their hand in the food. I'm like,
The worst thing you can do, I'm seeing a lot of women do. I know the pick nose thing, but I mean, because sometimes you got a booger, you just got to get it. And I know it's nasty, but wash your hands at least. But women are going and sitting in that stall doing they business and then don't walk out washing their hands. I'm like,
Come on, they're not
no,
washing their hands. Come on.
I'm not lying. I didn't see tit. I'm like, yeah, I'm staying away from you. I didn't
Ooh.
see tit.
Cause I even went somewhere one time. I used to work at the grocery store in Columbus at Food Drive. I used to work at the grocery store, and it was around COVID, and it was this white man, this white man. I was using the bathroom after I got done using it. I washed my hands thoroughly, and then after I got done drying them, I about to leave. This man came out the stall. I was gonna see was he gonna wash his hand or not. He just gonna come out the stall and leave. Didn't even wash his hand or nothing. And then he gonna have the nerve to come through my line where I was bagging groceries. I ain't touched that stuff.
And then they talk about us. They say we're pigs.
Yeah, they try to talk about us black and brown people saying we I ain't nasty.
Y'all ever had people talking about that now that well, bathing every day is optional? I'm like, okay, then eating off of you, I'm gonna opt out of that too.
Damn.
What you mean? What you mean that taking a bath is washing? Because see, I get headaches, and then I start to freak out when people tell me that bathing's optional. Can you define what that means?
It is not. It is not optional. You supposed to bathe every chance you get. Hygiene is important.
They're doing it on purpose. I understand if you get sick and can't move or something, but you telling me that you capable and you just don't want to wash your behind?
That's crazy.
It don't make no sense. Especially now because it's too hot to be walking around smelling like hot fish.
That's what I'm saying. Smell like hot dogs that ain't been cooked properly.
Onions. I'm like,
Smelling like old hot dog water.
Smell like sweaty onions. No.
I said, if you don't get you know what I'll be petty. It couldn't be me. I'll be petty. I'll be like, oh, so you don't want to go wash up? Okay, I'm gonna bring the wash up to you. I'm gonna be SpongeBob today, baby. I'm gonna be the fun today. I'm gonna get a bucket of paint. I'm gonna put water everywhere.
Why would somebody want to go to work funky on purpose? To me, I can't wrap my arm around that. Like stankin', yeah, rank and stank.
And I don't want to hear nobody say, because I gotta try to keep my water bill cheap.
What?
You
ain't never heard about that? I gotta keep my water bill cheap. I gotta save the environment by not.
No, y'all are making this up.
No,
we ain't. No.
America's Next Top Model. There was that black chick. There was that one season where they did men and women together. There was that Asian dude and that black chick. Now they showered together, but they said they did it to save the environment. Now they really want to get it on like Donkey Kong, but that's the lie they told. Yeah, Mr. Burns, they're telling those lies that they want to save money and save the environment.
Right.
That's why you're fortunate you got married. Men ain't got nothing to pick from, even in same sex. These folks ain't got nothing to pick from. Now all these people nasty, wanting to act up. They all acting up. Gay, straight, it don't matter. They all acting up.
That's the truth. That's the truth.
If bathing is optional for you and you know you can but refuse to, I can't deal. I can't mess with you.
Ooh. But this is another thing I wanted to, this is just now came to me that I forgot to share. So I was working at the grocery store. This woman, this white tea woman, she would come in every time she come in, she would always have this Elvis Presley shirt on. Every time she came in, she had this Elvis Presley shirt on. And I said to myself, is that the only shirt you own? is that your favorite shirt? I understand you might have been a fan of Elvis Presley. Elvis Presley been dead for almost 50 years, but
But
don't you got another shirt? I'm sorry, I ain't trying to be funny, but I was just saying, like, do you watch Elvis Presley? Do you watch Elvis? Do you? But they were none of my business. But I was like, oh my goodness, just get
they
another
don't
shirt.
watch. They don't watch.
I get it, but
The dirty and the stankin'.
Yep. I just can't with stinking adults. When you like that when you're a kid, you can't control it because your parents may not have the money or because they just let you go around that way.
but
Once you grown and
You
you
should
got
know
a
better.
job, you should know better.
right or
Even if
wrong.
you go
right?
back, even if you get that cheap soap from a dollar store or something.
Oh Lord, I ain't doing that.
Even
I'm waiting on-
even
I'm waiting on your soap, Professor.
even if you
Okay.
gotta watch Coco Melon, even if you gotta listen to the song that say, "This is how we wash our feet, wash our feet, wash our feet." If you gotta listen to that song, listen to it. Ain't no shame in the game. Just
Oh
long
yeah.
as you wash your tail. Red Fox, the comedian, may he rest in peace, made a comedian thing about that, made a skit about that. Because he said,
Red
how you
Fox.
Red
Red
Fox,
Fox was one of the three Reds in New York City. It
And
was
him
Red
and my-
Fox, New York Fox, and Detroit. Oh no, I'm sorry, Detroit Red, New York Red, and
Red Skelton? No, he was white.
Chicago Red.
Okay.
Chicago Red. Chicago
but-
Red was Red Fox.
but this
Detroit Red was Malcolm X, and then you had New York Red. Sorry.
that's the fact I was gonna share. I was gonna say I didn't know this. Malcolm X and Red Fox knew each other back in the day.
Yeah, very well. They used to work on the train together.
Now back to this bathing stuff. Now some people on YouTube are pushing the narrative that washing your legs and feet is a black people's only thing. So let me finish. So let me get this straight. So you'll wash the top of your body and have all that dirt run down, and you're not gonna take that rag and get down there and wash them legs and feet. Washcloths are a black people's thing.
There's there should be an everybody's thing.
The white people I know buy them washcloths. I don't know what these white folks. This one white girl put herself on there, and they asked her how she wash her butt crack. She said she just puts her bare hand up there. You old nasty. I saw the video. She said she get them boo boo crumbs with her bare hand. She don't use no rag.
Nope.
You got the boo boo crumbs.
You need to put a
Listen.
rag back there with some soap, and you rinse it, and then you put a rag, that same rag, after you wring it out with some water. You go back there several times. What's wrong with you? What you mean you use your hand? And
She needs that battery acid.
See, that stuff can get off in your fingernails, and how do you know it's completely coming clean? That's why you use that dang rag. She said right there, oh, I don't know why they would use a rag. I just take my bare hand, and she thought she was doing something saying that.
You could spread parasites like that.
That's what I mean. That's nasty.
You can get infection like
It's
that.
like that. Her finger's gonna fall off. Keep on doing that nasty mess.
And she gonna wonder later on in the years why she got hemorrhoids.
You
It's
see,
because of that.
I didn't think
Shit.
about that. Think about it, y'all. Of all the cultures, and remember, I told you I ain't got nothing against no race of people. Remember them folk in Europe used to take their pee and stuff and put it in
Yeah.
a cup and just throw it out the window and be throwing it all in lakes and stuff. And that's why they got cholera and stuff like that. Whereas in ancient Africa, we didn't just throw our boo-boo outdoors like that. She needs.
We do all that.
I don't care what her skin color is. You need to get some rags. You need to fill it with that soap and lather up and put it up them dookie crumbs. You do not take your bare nasty hand up your butt.
I couldn't do it.
I just
couldn't do it.
when she said it, I sat there and looked shocked. I'm like, I've never been so disgusted and shocked in my life.
Couldn't do it.
You really just sat here and said that you take your hand with soap up your butt without a rag. Your bare nasty hand. You got all them crevices in your hand that them bacteria can get off in.
Like,
And then she's coming through, at the potluck.
Yep. I don't eat off people.
I tell you one thing. She gonna have, let me tell you, I'm gonna give her some tips. What she need to do, run her some good hot water in the tub. Get her some little Clorox bleach, pour in her little water. Get some rubbing alcohol. Get some bubble bath or whatever, and get a rag and wash. You will see the results.
She need that car battery acid.
Yep, that's what it's called. She nasty. That's been like a month ago when I saw that or two. And she like, well, yeah, who would use a rag? I'm like, normal people, dummy. That's who would use a rag.
Cause you know what we call, you know what we call rag. We call them. You got a face towel. We call it face towel, but we know what it is. We call it face towel, but we know it ain't no rag. But you know we know what it is. We call it face towel. I said, yeah, we use towel. We ain't gonna use our hand. We don't do that.
She's gonna scratch herself one day with her nail and bleed out.
Yep, because that.
Because I did. You know, it's Google's your best friend. I be looking up crazy stuff, and I looked it up. I think it was last night. I was just looking up stuff, and then it said, if you don't take care of yourself properly in that situation or that area, you can get hemorrhoids and other stuff can happen.
Yep.
And
them hemorrhoids get big and you get asteroids.
Yeah. Cause I looked up different type of stuff. I'm not trying to be weird or be disgusting to y'all, but I look up different stuff, and that was the results that I got. And I said to myself, I don't see how some people do it. I don't see how some of these people can go around here, don't be wanting to get their backside when it's part of their body, but they be happy to do the front but not the back. Make it make sense. Yeah, you do got some people like that.
Ew.
They don't even like
that soap and water. Anybody got time for this?
Mm-hmm. Cause that's the reason. That's the reason the good Lord made water and soap for a reason.
Cholera, if you really study that, stems from a lack of sanitation at the end of the day. It thrives in a nasty lack of sanitized environment.
And it stays in the earth, doesn't it?
Yep. With proper sanitation, you can keep it down. It won't go away, but it won't spread and kill a lot of folks.
I'll be like, oh my goodness. Because it'd be like, it's so much, like, listen, it's so much, so.
It's kind of funny, but I'm just saying.
So much.
Hit that soap and water. Anybody got time for this? I can understand if, like, you're in the Army or Special Forces, because they'll put you out in the woods for days because you have to know how to survive in combat. There's rare cases where these people can't, and I get that. But, you just decide to roll out of bed for a week or two. I just don't feel like bathing today. No, we can't be friends. That's just, and I mean no disrespect.
I'm gonna bathe every chance I get.
Me too. That's how I feel about it. One time I got so paranoid I took 3 showers in a day, and I didn't realize until I was in the shower already the 3rd time.
What?
Now that's bad, I know, but I'm like, and I'm like, how did I allow myself to shower 3 times in a day? What's wrong with me?
That's OD right there.
Especially since it's hot, it's the summer and you sweat. I don't like the sweat.
That's what I mean. You get sticky. You done washed, and then you get sticky. Because I remember in Alabama, some summers when I was home, you take that cold shower by day and that hot one by night. Because by 8 o'clock in the morning, if you don't get up no earlier for a hot shower, it's too late because it's too darn hot.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
that's why I try to get up early in the morning so I can do what I have to do. Cause when it's hot, it's over with.
Mine's is late. My shower is my night bathing, so that I got time to do things after work, get all that dirt off and stuff. Long as you do it, I don't care. But the idea that you just gonna roll up out of bed and go to work and be funky just because you can just be lazy. That's
funky.
to be
Mm-mm.
fun, to be rank and stank. I don't want to be friends with you. I'll pray for you, but I'm just not gonna go around you. Tara, I made some cinnamon rolls. I don't want any, but thank you. I'm gonna be polite about it, but I'm just not doing that.
Cause I don't wanna smell no onion rings early in the morning and I
That's
ain't
what I'm
had my
saying.
coffee yet.
Yep. Nobody want to
Damn.
smell no tuna fish early in the morning. Nobody got time.
Oh
Too
damn!
early.
There's levels to this stuff.
There's the levels.
No, because when people are nasty like that and you work with them, and thank you for reminding me because I got to get some more Clorox wipes, and they touching doorknobs that you also have to touch.
Uh, and that's why I wore gloves when I was a bag at the grocery store. They gave us gloves. They said you can wear gloves if you want to. I said I sure am. I'm wearing gloves.
I drive people crazy. They think I take stuff too much. You wash your hands too much. I'm like, you observe too much.
Okay.
Observe too much. Because you got peoples that be coming from the bathroom. You don't be knowing they wash their hands or not.
Nope. I've seen some females not do it, and I'm like, nope.
I'm like,
That
you know
is
what?
crazy.
I
You
know.
know, and you know what I said? I told some. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. When I was a bagger, I used to take the groceries to their car and help them until they, carry out. I ain't trying to be funny or mean. Well, yes, I am, because this is real. I done help somebody to their car and open their door. When I tell you, their car was, ooh, I just put the groceries up in there, good as I can, fast as I could.
Smell like hot musty corn chips. I bet.
Ooh, that was
Yeah,
like,
wildlife. There was wildlife growing in that thing.
and
Yep.
then it was messy, and then it was smelling, and then they was like, "Oh, you have to excuse the mess. Excuse the mess. Excuse the mess. You knew all this before you came to the store."
We ain't excusing nothing.
Smell like old musty raccoons.
And you know what I said? I said, you know what? If your car like this, I bet your house the same way.
I ain't gonna lie, my house is sort of a mess. I'm still cleaning it up, but I clean my bathrooms all the time in my kitchen. Anybody got time for that?
Oh yeah, I understand that. Cause I don't play when it comes to the bathroom. The
I'm
bathroom.
weird. I'm weird about my laundry too. All of it has a ritual associated with it.
I don't like when
Uh,
when laundry clubbles up too high. You know,
Yeah.
you get too many clothes. It clubs up when it's dirty. You got to do it.
Yep.
I don't like folding, but I do it because it's good therapy to me.
Yeah. I gotta fold my laundry here in the morning. I took it to get washed because I own a septic tank, and you're not supposed to put bleach in a septic tank. So
oh. What happens?
I
I
thought
don't.
bleach just go in whites, don't it?
They do. I do my color laundry at home, but sometimes I take my whites when I want to bleach them to a laundromat. My
Um,
husband attended something years ago and he broke it down. And I forgot what he said. You're really not supposed to put bleach in a septic tank. If you
um,
do, you got to do it very minimally. This is
Could
why
it be because of methane gas mixed with chlorine?
It
Does that have a
could be.
reaction?
Yeah,
Explosive.
it could be. Yeah.
Because depending on how much bleach you put in your clothes, it can eat your clothes up. If you put a lot of bleach in your clothes, it'll make your clothes rot and it can eat them up.
That's why you're supposed to measure it out the way the darn thing tells you.
Oh yeah.
That's why I don't bleach my whites every single time. I know that sounds bad, but at least I wash them and use Lysol laundry sanitizer.
Because I think the thing is, I don't know what it is. I don't know is it the culture in us or not. I don't know what it is, but I don't know, have y'all ever done this before? But when it comes to drying my clothes, I get them dry sheets. I be putting 6 and 7, 8 dry sheets in at a
I
time.
used to be that way.
Because I just love for my clothes to smell good.
Now I just overdo it with the Lysol laundry sanitizer. That COVID messed me up. I'm like, I ain't
Looked it
catch.
up.
Yeah.
Looked it up, y'all. Bleach is bad for septic tanks because it kills bacteria, and you need the bacteria to break down the waste.
Oh, okay.
Because I put bleach in my dishwater when I wash dishes every time.
Oh, nice.
That's what I do. I put a little bleach in my water when I wash dishes because it sanitizes it sanitizes the water in the dishes, especially like if you did something greasy, cook something greasy, it will, catch the grease. And I guess I forgot. I was.
I put bleach in my
Watch what you say.
in my oatmeal.
No, you don't. Then you quit lying.
That's why I say. That's why I said. Watch
I done
what.
already caught you. You about to say something foolish. We both knew. You was about to say something foolish.
Mr. Burns.
What, you don't believe me?
If you would have put bleach in your oatmeal, you wouldn't be sitting here on your live today.
Sure wouldn't.
I'd be white.
Stop.
Huh? Mr. Burns, you done did yourself a 3-hour show today. You should be proud of yourself.
Sure did.
I mean, well, that's because I bathed.
Because you what?
I bathed. Ain't that true? Ain't that true, Professor?
Yeah.
That's one of the first things I said.
He was talking about the economic stuff, and we were sitting here chopping it up about how black people got to get it together because the United States is getting too expensive. Like there's black parents right now be getting online talking about I can't afford these book bags and these school supplies. And I understand stuff is expensive, but y'all should have been building y'all skills. And then Mr. Burns was talking about how politicians lie and tell you that the companies that have left the United States, they're going to bring them back. Them companies ain't coming back here. They make too much of a profit putting them in third world countries.
They do.
People stupid and they fall. That's why when Republicans be pushing, they're like, y'all know y'all lying to these people. Them jobs ain't coming back to these here United States.
Because they're not taking the money that they should be doing, but they taking the money and they pocketing it. They not doing they're not doing what they need to do with the money. They just pocketing for their own self.
That's what free markets. That's why I put it in quotations because I have my problems with that. That's what that allows people to do. You are under no obligation to have your business in the physical United States.
Professor, you ever listen to libertarians talk about the free market?
See, I have to be careful with them libertarians. They can jump the shark sometimes.
Libertarians are so full of it.
That's what I mean.
I've debated so many of them. They're so full of it. Okay. If you're a libertarian, you're a salesperson. And you're trying to sell people on nonsense because there are plenty of examples throughout history where the government had to step in on behalf of the people because corporations acquired so much power that they were even becoming monopolies.
Like the robber barons.
Yes. So this idea that government should keep away from business, laissez-faire, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So then what happens when a business becomes abusive and starts targeting their smaller competitors and wiping them out using some underhanded crap that they can cover up because they got the funds to cover up. They got the funds to be able to corrupt everything. So no, they're full of it.
There's still been debates that Bill Gates, right?
Yep.
Because if you know, Bill Gates' father actually was born on the peninsula here, Kitsap Peninsula, where I live. Bill Gates Sr., who just died a few years ago. Despite what they try to tell y'all, Bill Gates didn't grow up poor, okay? Microsoft was something he started many years later, but Bill Gates always grew up privileged. Don't let him fool you. Don't let that little pretend.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he Bill Gates Sr. set the tone for that. He was born and raised in Bremerton, which is over here where I work on the military bases. He was born in the town of Bremerton, then made the move to Seattle where he started to build his fortune. So you got to be careful. The point is, Microsoft, as you notice, we all have to use their programs. I can remember in the late 90s, early 2000s, when people said there should be alternatives to Excel, to PowerPoint from competitors. That kept Bill Gates in trouble for a long time. Yep. Because he was already a billionaire by then and had such leverage that it's difficult to find people that can make software as good as that.
They buy out the patents.
That's what I mean. Behind the scenes, they'll buy the company out. You'll never know they existed. Yep. Just like Monsanto with food, seeds. Monsanto owns the monopoly, and they just buy the smaller farmers who want to take them on off. Or make them look like that they're doing something to harm people's bodies. It's a game. The point is, Black people aren't learning how to play the game. If we learn how to play the game that's set up, we will do better economically.
It's crazy.
Gotta play the game, though.
They got the capacity to do it, but they're way too distracted.
And that's the problem. Like we were talking about the relationships with the popping of the red balloon now.
Yep.
I guess DeAndre don't know either, because I know you didn't know.
No, I didn't know.
I'm sorry, I don't know, but I was listening, but I kind of
confess.
It's a good thing you don't know. So on YouTube right now, they got these Black people where you're either a room full of Black men or a room full of Black women. Each of them will have a red balloon, and they'll give them a toothpick. So let's say it's a room full of men. If a woman walks in, all she got to do is, he can just think she's too short, not attractive enough. He can pop his balloon right away. Or they'll let her introduce herself. They'll pop the balloon. Or she'll say something they don't like, and they'll pop the balloon, and vice versa. This is how Black people are dating now on a YouTube show. I advise you not to go watch it, but I do, because it's entertaining, but it's also a window into how far we've gone down that rabbit hole. Mm-hmm. The point is that when we all build businesses, we have a life off this internet. If you can't substantiate life off of this internet, something wrong with you. This Black YouTube space, these people be on 10-hour lives. What?
I can't do it.
I can't either. 10-hour live, dog. I've been done slept, made a whole Thanksgiving dinner while you sitting on live.
An hour live, I can pull through. I can pull.
The lead attorney be pulling those things.
I can pull an hour live, even because I'm a person. I do, Mr. Burns. You my witness. You know I do my shows live now on StreamYard, and I do them close to an hour, and then I go on other people's lives and I watch them, like including yours, like I'm on your live, and then I go to somebody else live. I went to somebody else live. Their live was like 4 hours and some change. You think I stood there and watched that whole live like that? I sure didn't. I stayed. I stayed in there for an hour, and then I had to leave because it was just too much.
That's why I can't do Big Ward the Genius, because I'm sub to him and I love his channel. But when he started going live, he got this. I'm gonna give everybody a chance to speak. I'm like, no, I ain't going to your lives. I love you. I'll watch your videos, but I'm not going to no live where you gonna let people just jump on and say what they want to say. Keep on. They gonna shutter your channel, son.
They did me like that. Remember, Professor?
Yep.
And I found that audio. I found the original video to that audio.
Oh wow.
It was from a Klan rally.
That don't shock me.
Because
it was from a Klan rally.
Them folks paranoid. They're all gonna genocide the white race. Ain't nobody trying to genocide y'all. Stop. Nobody care. Most black folk out here trying to get these bills paid, trying to figure out this high gas, trying to figure out why apples cost $12. Now I got time for y'all.
And eggs.
Oh my God, that ain't no.
And I don't even eat eggs.
I don't eat them no more. Really, I had to quit because I think they were making me sick. For some reason.
It's a lot of things that I know I shouldn't be eating because I have, my cholesterol, but it's hard. It's hard. I don't know. I shouldn't be. I don't like. The thing is, pork is not good, but I eat it anyway.
I eat the bacon. That's about it.
I love bacon.
I stay bacon.
You mean them chicharrones? Is that what you call
it? Chicharron!
Them skins, I call them skins.
Yeah, the skins, but in his culture, they are thicker and they're chicharrones.
Oh, okay.
I have never had the chicharron. Have you had any?
Oh my God! If you eat chicharron, you'll never buy a bag of the skins here.
That's what I've heard. I heard they spoil you big time because some people put it on this one bowl that you all like to eat, a hot bowl. I think it's called pozole or something like that. Some people eat them like that, and most people eat them by themselves. But they say if you had them chicharrones, you won't eat them crackling skins no more.
Won't.
Because
chicharron is serious.
I think I had them before.
Are you sure?
Those are like crackling skins.
They're thicker.
They're thick. Oh, you'll know it's almost like having a thick piece of cured bacon. That's
thick as hell.
No, if you had a chicharron, you'll know it. Trust me.
Hell yeah.
It started with a C, don't it? Because I think we had some at the store. I couldn't pronounce it. What you said, like what y'all said they were called? Chicharron. That's what they call chicharrones.
Yes.
I think I had them before at the grocery store. They had them in
but they got them in the bag. But when you get the official chicharron, where it's freshly made, freshly fried, they deep fry that sucker, and it's got a chunk of meat on it too.
Yep. You'll know.
I need to find it.
It ain't like the skins. You're gonna taste real chunky pieces of pork for real.
Ooh.
It's fried. It's fried like a skin, but it's for real. Got for real meat on it though, and it's thicker,
crunchy.
If you had them, okay. He said, you see how he said it, crunchy.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have got you started. I shouldn't have said nothing about no chicharron. That's bad.
I need to get my hot sauce and put on there.
Yeah, you could probably don't. Never mind. I shouldn't have brought them chicharrones up. Y'all bad.
Brought it up.
It's my fault too. Yeah.
I forgot how he gets.
Yeah, with certain stuff.
What?
I wonder, do you know how to make them arepas?
Yeah,
Oh,
arepas. Yeah.
I just got to figure out how to do the pouch itself, if that makes sense.
All
If they
right. So,
stuff
which
it.
type of arepa are you trying to make? Trying to make stuffed arepa?
Yes,
Okay. So you got to make the corn first.
that's what I mean. The corn. Yeah.
You got to make the cornmeal first. You got to cook that first,
Okay.
and then you got to add the meat.
Me. Okay.
Then you got to add the meat, close it, and
Yeah,
back
you
to the
gotta
back
pat
to
it down. It's like a mini pancake. I've had them
right.
before. I just don't know how to make them. But we
Yeah,
got some people out here from Argentina. Oh, I tear them up,
yeah, yeah.
and they put some kind of like interesting slaw you can put on top of theirs, though.
Somewhat.
Some kind of slaw that they use that they like it's some shredded carrots.
Oh, I
He
never had
making
carrots.
it's okay. Different cultures, Latin cultures do arepas different ways,
Right.
DeAndre.
oh.
So
I'm sorry, I looked it like
because
that, like I had
you,
that look. Like,
yeah, you that like, ooh, that's nasty. But arepas are like mini pancake. Like I don't know, not a pancake. How do you describe them? They're
You
filled
don't.
with
You just
meat.
eat it.
You acting up. I shouldn't have said nothing.
Okay.
You acting.
It's too late.
I'm hungry
Here.
now. I might fix me some noodles and lay
Yeah,
down.
I ate before I got
Mhm.
on the live, but I mean, this has been a good live though. I didn't even
It,
think I didn't even think I could get on this stream yard.
me, I didn't know. I didn't know I was gonna. I did my live first, my episode.
You
Then
did it
I
big.
saw Mr. Burns was still uploaded, so I said, you know what? Let me click in and join and see what the subject is all about.
Now the Venezuelans
There we go.
eat a lot of
Yes.
arepa. They eat a lot of arepa.
Them
Their
things
their
look
thing
good.
is that's their thing.
Oh, okay. Now I can see it
The
good.
people I had from Argentina, I had the ones with cheese and they use some vegetable too. I forgot which ones. I got the meaty ones from my husband, but then I got some filled with cheese and some vegetable. Them things was good. Look at how flat. Ooh, ooh,
Ooh, that look good.
it tastes good.
Ooh-wee.
It tastes good too. Ooh, ooh.
Ooh, especially that one.
Right here, yep.
The ARPA something.
Arepa,
Oh, that's what it's called.
arepa, rellenas.
It looks like
Arepa rellena.
it got flavor on it.
Yeah,
Oh,
arepa rellena.
oh,
Rellena means it's stuffed.
yep. That's what I'm saying. I like the stuffed arepas. Reina, okay, the Reina meat. Okay, so we got to get a little more because DeAndre, have you ever had arroz con pollo?
Oh, arroz capoño.
Yeah.
Um,
Girl,
what is it? Is it
trying
like
to kill something.
is it a burrito? I'm sorry, I don't know. Is it like a sandwich or
Pollo like means
No, I'm gonna show you right
chicken.
now.
Oh yeah, arroz con pollo is like chicken and what is it? I done had it before. That's what's sad too. I think I done made it too. Con pollo.
It's rice and chicken, but the
Yep.
but the chicken is cooked with the rice.
Oh,
And
I had that before.
That's the
it's good
that's the
too.
gift.
With
I
the
think I
flat
had it.
rice.
I think I
Go
had
to the
it.
one that says eating well. That one.
Eating well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I had that
There it is.
before.
You just didn't know that's what it was
Eating
called,
well.
huh?
I didn't know what it was called, but I know I had it.
It's the fifth picture at the very top. Is that fifth one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When you move over, yes, yes. Look at that arroz con pollo. I'm gonna make some of
Arroz
that.
con pollo.
Oh, that look good.
Yep, I'm gonna make some too this fall. Watch.
Oh, that look good.
Girl, you make that arroz con pollo, it's a wrap.
I know. That's the marry me dish.
You serve that to a man, it's a wrap. He's coming back with the ring.
Yep.
Yep. He's coming back with the ring. He ain't trying to hear it.
Now that look good.
You got it good, Mr. Burns. I think some of the best Latin food outside of the Southwest is probably y'all in New York.
Oh, we got. Oh my goodness,
Y'all
we got
got
such a
everything.
wide. Yes. We got a wide
Every
variety.
just season and
We got-
everything looks so
we
good.
got-
Y'all got them Jamaican jerk patties and stuff. Even with
Yes.
hey, look here. What is Tres Leches cake? I've never had that.
Tres leche. Let me show you right now.
I have
Okay.
never had Tres Leches. I don't know.
Girl, you know what? Let me warn you.
Hungry.
Let me warn you.
I thought about
If I were
making a
you-
latte. Yeah.
Girl, if I were you, I'd stay away from
Look,
tres
I'm
leche.
gonna make me some of these Roman noodles.
I would
He's silly.
stay away from the tres leche because eat that,
It's very fattening. I know.
it's a wrap.
It's
I mean,
addictive. I heard.
You ain't gonna
too.
be making no more videos. You ain't showing up to work. You're gonna be at your house with nothing but tres leche. Addicted.
I heard that
Tres
cake
leche.
is good. Yeah.
Ooh, that ain't cheesecake.
No.
I'm so.
Tres leches. Yeah.
No.
The 3 milk cake or something like that. You'll have to explain it to him.
3
I
milk
know
cake.
what.
Yep.
Yeah.
3 milks.
I ain't gonna be able to. Oh no,
Bruh,
I ain't gonna be no good
D,
if I eat
I'm
that.
gonna tell you something. Don't ever go to a Dominican birthday party and they got Dominican cake. Don't do
Why
it.
not? Why not?
Don't do
You'll
it.
never leave.
What
You'll
happened?
never leave. You'll never leave.
Would it be
You won't
good?
leave. When you taste that cake, it's not too sweet. It's like it's perfectly sweetened, and then they serve it cold, and then you put that thing in your mouth, and it just dissolves.
Oh, okay. I think I've heard of it.
And that thing is so delicious. Some cakes, even the frosting ain't even sweet. It's
Yep.
just right. You put that thing in your mouth, your eyes are gonna start to roll. And
That's
and,
like-
and it's it's done. You're done.
It's like that lady that I told you to subscribe to that I'm sub to, Lucy. She's Dominican. And
Okay.
You see her making all those different Latin dishes. She be making stuff I ain't even know y'all ate.
Oh, we eats.
Oh, well, I know y'all eat. I just thought black folk ate.
We
Latin
eats.
folk, y'all Latin folk like Filipinos too. Y'all eat.
Yep.
Don't y'all do adobos like Filipinos too?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. The Filipinos were under the Spanish rule, and that's why we share the same type of seasonings.
What's the difference between y'all's adobo and theirs? So
Yeah,
there has to
yeah,
be
I wanna
some.
know
Yeah,
that too.
I want to know what's the difference between y'all's adobos.
I don't think there is a difference.
Are you sure? Because Filipinos add a little bit of that Asian flair to stuff.
Then they're adding curry.
Oh,
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. And curry's extremely healthy. Curry's a cancer killer, by the way.
Which I'm gonna start eating more because I'm gonna start doing what's called Yakuska katsu curry.
but
Say what? What's that called?
That okay? Back in the day, remember when Great Britain took over India, where some British soldiers went to Japan to the city of Yakutka, right?
Yeah.
And they brought those curries with them. So to this day, there's a distinct type of curry in Japan where you can shallow fry a pounded chicken cutlet and you pair it with rice and that brownish curry.
Okay. Yep.
I'm gonna be making that this fall. Don't be acting a fool.
I'm gonna
So-
tell you right now. Now that we're on the subject of food,
Curry.
I have never, ever. Texas was a close. Nah, it wasn't that close of a second, but it was a second. But in Japan, I ate this steak. Oh my God! I never.
It's next
had
level.
steak. Yes. Yeah, I
That's
didn't
what
eat
they
beef
say.
tonight.
If you eat beef in Japan, it will mess you up over everybody
All right.
else's.
I didn't even need a knife to cut it.
That's how, because
The fork went right through.
DeAndre ain't understanding. Japan has a higher level of cleanliness in their restaurants that rival ours. I can say that because I've been there. Their beef, their Kobe beef, they massage the cows while they're alive to make the marble in it. No, I've seen the videos. They physically go out and massage the cows and make sure they eat well. Yeah,
Oh wow.
their
Yo,
beef is
D,
better than ours. Yeah.
that steak that I ate absorbed all the seasoning,
It did.
absorbed it.
Yep.
Ooh.
It absorbed it at the time that it was being cooked.
Yep.
It's the type of thing that you can only get here when you marinate the meat. You didn't even have to marinate that meat.
That's the
Ooh.
difference. You don't marinate. You don't have to by the way they raise the cows. If you ever eat a true Wagyu steak from like Japan, it'll mess you up on American beef. Even
You'll
if
be
you
done.
even if you eat some of that Brazilian beef, sometimes
Yeah, churrasco.
I've had Chuvasco. It messed me up on American steak. That Chuvasco
Well,
ain't no. I done been to
and,
a Brazilian.
and
Yeah,
the Argentinians ain't that far behind the Brazilians either.
they're not. If you eat that meat, if you eat that, see in Japan when they keep having them tsunamis, that's why I won't eat their seafood. So I
Right.
gotta substitute, yeah, because that radiation poison in 2011. I'm not eating nothing from the sea there, but I'll
Hell
eat
no.
that. But I'll eat that Kobe and Wagyu in a minute.
That thing right there, I was shocked.
I think I should save money. Then one of his birthdays, have one shipped to his house at where he is. Put on ice. Put
They'll
some
do it.
salt. Put some salt and pepper on it. That's all you gotta do.
That's all you need.
Don't marinate no Japanese meat. Don't
If
do
you
it. Don't.
marinate Japanese meat, don't do it in Japan. They will lock your ass up.
Oh
You're
yeah,
abusing.
they gave us cultural talks. When you're in Japan, never throw soy sauce on your rice like you do in the United States. They see it as an insult. And you have to slurp your ramen, like your ramen noodles you're making right now. If you slurp them, like if you ever go to a ramen shop in Japan, they'll smile at you because slurping means you like it.
Means you
You gotta
like them.
slurp it. Yeah,
Yes,
you gotta slurp it.
you gotta slurp it in Japan. When you don't slurp it, they think it don't taste right, and they
Ooh.
think that they made your food bad when you don't slurp ramen. Yeah.
Oh.
Gotta slurp up.
Yep. You
In
have to.
Japan, the kids run wild. The parents don't chastise them in public. But when they get home, woo!
That's what I heard. I heard they act a nut at home.
And out in public, they don't they don't correct their kids out in public.
They don't. But
No.
soon as you get home, though, it's a whole.
It's a wrap.
It's a wrap.
It's a wrap. Yeah, they remind them. Remember what you did here? Man, that's your ass.
With
Yeah,
the
but not out in
bowing,
public.
with the bowing in Japan, always allow them to be the last one to bow. I learned that the hard way years ago when I kept trying to get the last bow. They'll never stop until you stop.
That's great. And the men of distinction, men of a certain rank, they talk to people like they're dogs.
They do.
They bark at them.
Be careful. Be careful about showing tattoos as well, because although this stigma is going away, tattoos are associated with their criminal gang called the Yakuza.
Yep.
It means you're not an upstanding citizen. Japan's national team just got rid of one of its athletes because she was caught smoking a cigarette.
Done.
Done. They don't play over there. You can't
Japanese
have
prison. You don't ever want to go there.
Want to go there. Yep. And some American sailors done went and finding out the hard way, spending life in prison in Japan. It's worse than the United States.
Yes, it is.
And then you don't speak the language most of the time on top of that.
You're not even allowed to speak half the time.
I didn't know that.
That's very true, because there was a famous video they make us watch before we go over there, where there's an American sailor. The Japanese let him do a interview where his dumb butt got drunk in their country and drove and killed a mother and her infant child.
Yeah.
You can tell he's under duress and trauma dealing with their prison system.
Yeah.
But what possessed you to go to these people's country drunk late at night? I remember a story that a guy told me, and this was true. This can't happen now. Where years ago, an American sailor whistled at a Yakuza's girlfriend. That Monday morning, when they went into work after the weekend, after he did that, I kid you not, they found his body hanging on Yokosuka base as you're coming on, cut down and split into half. They found a way, got into them tunnels, because there are tunnels like that movie, Kill Bill, that's true story. They went off in there, got him, killed him, and hung him outside the base. So as you drove on the base, you saw his hung body, 1980s. A guy that served many years ago, he still live out here now, told me that story.
Yeah.
Don't flirt with their wives, their girlfriends. That you keep a straight face and keep it pushing.
Matter of fact, when I went out there in 2002, there were a lot of servicemen of the different branches that were there. They got caught out fooling around with their girls because they look developed by the time they're 14, 15 years old.
That too. If the
They get
United, yep, and depending on the circumstance, if the United States get word, they do their best to get them the heck up out of there quick.
Yeah, Japan is not the place to be doing time.
Sure
Not the
ain't.
place.
It look on the surface, it's clean, it's beautiful and everything, but you better, even certain places don't throw trash on the ground. They not playing with y'all because of their Shinto beliefs of being one with the earth. I studied all of this. They don't, and it's the fact that I have a half Japanese husband. He don't speak the language, but still, they don't play with you out there. That country's clean for a reason.
And in Singapore, you can't even chew gum out in the street. They'll arrest you.
They sure will, and don't let it hit the ground.
Oh, what? Oh my God. That's a major offense.
Yep. If it hits the ground and somebody see it hit the ground, it's a wrap for you. Because they'll cane you in Singapore.
They will flog your ass.
They'll flog you, and you don't want to be flogged.
It hurts like you can't possibly believe.
I heard too. You went to Japan 2 years before I did. I went in 2004, and I was so scared of their customs, I just ate at their Japanese McDonald's the whole time. And you
Well, let me tell you something. I was with a traditional Japanese Aikidoka, a female.
That's why, because, yeah.
The highest rank you can get, and it was a female. And let me tell you something. In traditional dojos, you cannot stand taller than your instructor. And she was like 4'11".
And there's even clubs in Japan when they say no Americans, no foreigners invited. They mean that. Don't test the waters. Yeah. Either,
Don't test it.
And those signs, and don't play, because they'll have it written in English so that you understand what they talking about.
No excuses.
No excuses. Don't go.
And their clubs and their bars are really small because real estate is so very expensive out there.
It really is. Only if you go out in the back country where the aging population has left a lot of houses open, you'll get a bargain house.
Yeah.
That's it. Don't try to buy no real estate in Tokyo.
What? You crazy?
Yep.
let me tell you something else. Karaoke is huge, or was huge when I went there. It was huge.
I heard it still is.
It was huge. What's that? There was one other thing I was going to mention about Japan. Oh, the Japanese Gen Z, they're a bunch of weirdos.
They got a thing about mimicking our culture over there, like putting dreadlocks and stuff and listening to hip hop. And now they're even shipping Cadillacs over there sometimes for them and modifying.
The hydraulics.
Yep. Lowrider. Yep.
They're not getting married. Japanese and South Koreans, they're not getting married. They're not having kids.
Yeah, they have robot girlfriends. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and in Japan, there's like this entire menu. If you want to date, you could date someone to act like they're your wife. You could date someone just to cuddle. You could date somebody to dress up like an anime figure so you could walk around.
Yep.
They got a whole bunch of weird shit going on out there.
Yep. You gotta be, it's out there.
Hell to the yeah.
But if
Folks,
you're
listen. Ooh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You was on a roll.
I was on an egg roll. Ha! No,
Huh.
I was no, I was gonna say that I was gonna end the
Live.
fantastic live that we're having. But I want you to
Yes.
say have the last word, Professor.
No, I was going to talk about that culture in general. What I was going to tell DeAndre before I go, the final thing was because you like ramen, you'll like Japan. But just understand that their ramen is on a whole different level that'll spoil you.
Oh.
Yeah, they got some fresh seasonings, like they got fresh scallions and things like that.
Like a lot of them make them ramen noodles from hand that day. They don't
That's
play
right.
with it. Yep.
It's handmade.
Yep.
And they're very proud of it too.
Very proud of it.
Well, I did not know that till today.
Yep.
I'm glad I learned.
I'm not trying. I wanted to say though, because before I had cut Richard Burns off, I didn't want to scare you about Japan because the stuff we're talking about, we know you're not gonna do it.
Right.
Because there's a stupid American now that likes to troll people, and he'll go up to Japanese people doing random stuff.
He got smashed. He got locked up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you talking about that? You talking about that dark skinned kid? He looks like Somalian or something like that.
Yeah, they finally got his ass, huh?
They got him.
Thank God.
He was locked up.
You don't do that over there. Don't.
Yeah, I know it's a bunch of things they don't play about.
Yep. Just don't put the soy sauce on your rice for real. Don't do that. And last but not least, when you're going in with your chopsticks, go in from an angle. Don't stab down, because in Buddhist, for the Buddhist ceremonies when they cremate, they stab down rice that hasn't been cooked. So even when it is cooked rice, you're signaling death when you stab down straight instead of come in at an angle.
Oh.
That's why I tell Americans, just eat it with a spoon or fork. That's the best way to get around that. Just never go straight down like you're stabbing down. Yeah. And that's all I had to say.
Thank you both so much for telling me that. I didn't know.
Because you like ramen, it's gonna spoil you if you ever go over there.
Yeah. It's a different experience.
It's a whole different, the way they cook, the way they prepare all their dishes, even their 7-Elevens ain't no joke.
Ooh.
You get to customize homemade ramens over there. It's crazy.
They're very proud. They're proud people.
I heard that they're bringing that all to New York, to your neck of the woods right now, Mr. Burns. The whole homemade ramens. Yep, people they're trying it out, experimenting with it.
They're gonna love it.
Yep. All right, I know we've been on this live for too long.
4 hours. We did good.
And I was in for about close to 3 hours.
Yes, sir.
What is
You
it?
guys,
2?
you guys are troopers, man.
We ain't gonna be doing like that dude doing no 10-hour lives. These people ain't got no life doing
Oh
no 10-hour,
no!
doing no
Just like
10
they
hour.
did, just like they did Aretha Franklin funeral. They say her funeral was 8 hours long.
I heard that I heard that was stupid. That funeral, yep, it was like a full work shift
I could do it.
with Al Sharpton up there running his mouth, looking like a greasy
Oh my
rat.
God.
You don't use nobody's funeral as no excuse to preach why some president sucks. I know Trump ain't everybody's cup of tea, but let that woman rest in peace. Don't come to my funeral talking about no president, okay?
Me either.
That ain't got nothing to do with it.
Do with it, yeah.
Like we here for Aretha. We ain't here for no presidency. We here to pay a homegoing legacy service.
We're gonna talk about Aretha on the next one.
Oh yeah, let's talk about that because that woman went through some trauma in her childhood that I didn't know about till after she died.
I would love to be a part of that the next time y'all do that because I love to be a part of
Well,
that.
I'll give you a heads up. D.
Okay.
There's a lot. There's a lot there.
There's a whole lot with Aretha that just breaks my heart. She's a classic example of why I will never go into that industry. I think she was exploited. I'm going to leave it at that.
We're going to leave that for the next time. All right.
All right, y'all.
Folks, thank you so much. Thank you, Professor, for actually coming up. Yeah.
It was good. It was good to see you,
That
Mr.
was awesome.
Thank you, DeAndre.
Awesome.
This was nice, y'all.
Yes, I loved it.
I really enjoyed myself.
Me too.
We got some private stuff going on right here. Okay, there it is. There it is.
But y'all have a good night, a good morning.
Stay fresh.
Yeah, fresh.
Stay fresh, everybody. And keep it moist.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Good night.
Good night.